Hello and welcome from me, Bob Ballard, to day 2 of the Wheelchair Tennis Series at the Lawn Tennis Association headquarters in Roehampton, South London. And again, we have 4 matches for you on the BBC Sport website, the Red Button and the LTA website. Doubles and women's singles to come, but with all due deference to the rest, the big match of the event is first up today. The world-ranked 3 and 5 players in men's tennis, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, coming up on court 3. And alongside me for this one is women's world top 50 player Cornelia Oosthuizen. Well, here's one to whet your appetite. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. Yeah, absolutely. This should be this certainly has the potential to be a juicy one between these two guys. They've got certainly a healthy record of having played each other a lot. So yeah, it should prove to be very interesting.
25th meeting of the 2 top British players in wheelchair tennis. 12 all it is, stretching back to their first meeting in 2013 when Alfie was just 16 and beaten on that occasion love and won. In fact, it's quite interesting looking back over the results. There's been quite a few love sets along the way, either obviously for Gordon or for Alfie, and very often it's the first set that does that. Very often the first set is a 6-love, so hopefully that's not the case today. We haven't had more than a 2-set match so far. I think this one could be it.
I think it might. It depends obviously on the form of both guys, considering both of them are coming back still from a long layoff. So it'd be interesting to see how quickly they can slot into their form. But considering the the rivalry that they've had for many years, I suspect it won't be much of an issue.
Here comes the toss. Chris Tortes Crawford is our umpire for today. And Alfie's won the toss, deciding to, well, I think he might go in for serve. We'll find out shortly, but he certainly has won the toss. A lot has changed. I mentioned their first meeting back in February 2013. A long time ago that was, and a great deal has changed since then. Both have been number 1 in the world, became doubles partners, and are, of course, the current Australian Open champions, looking to repeat that at the US Open next week. Amazingly, considering where they were when they started, Hewitt has won 11 of their last 13 meetings, 2 encounters this year, and Alfie has won both of those in 3 at the Melbourne Tennis Open and 11-3 win for the Norfolk man in Rotterdam. Reid's last victory against Alfie Hewitt came on the clay of Roland Garros in 2018, where the two will be heading, of course, this autumn. And it's 11-10 to Alfie Hewitt on hard court. I am amazed when I look back over those stats. We're going to do Lexi before we start talking about that. Let's give you a quick Lexi run through, because we actually launched this yesterday. If you're watching our coverage, officially launched Lexi in wheelchair tennis. It's been around for quite a while in other sports, swimming and athletics, for example, with the S you might recall for the categories there, T and F in track and field. Wheelchair tennis, much more straightforward. We don't have quads here, which form the second category on Lexi. But for the open division, there are 5 variations, mainly players who have conditions that affect their lower limbs or their hips. Some athletes will also have limited trunk functions, and you'll see that affects the serve mostly. We saw that. We might see that quite a bit actually in the next match between the 2 women. Not so much in this one, but possibly in the next matchup to come. Very good guide online if you want more details. A really good video that will show you some more details. And if you want that, go to lexi.global/Lexi-showcase. And credit to Giles Long, of course, the former Paralympic swimmer who came up with the original idea. It actually is quite straightforward. It sounds like a lot of details, but I think we'll probably be able to illustrate it better in match number 2 with Louise and Lucy.
Yeah, I mean, essentially you're looking, like you touched on it there, Bob, a variety of lower limb impairments. It's actually really quite individual from player to player. The other thing is, as well, is that compared to the quad division, open division players also tend to use have pretty much full use of their the hand use function, whereas you'll often see quad players having limited or having impairments to both the upper and the lower limbs, and their ability to sort of apply control to the wheelchair and the racket can also be impaired. So you'll often see them taping, quite literally, the racket to their hands to help them in that process. But as you touched on with these two guys, none of those aspects are relevant. You can see both of them are in good shape, obviously very strong through their cores and their upper bodies, as you would expect. And so that enables both of them to generate a lot of power and pace and explosive movement. So it should be a really good learning curve as well for any budding wheelchair tennis players, young and old, to really sort of hone in on the movement of both of these men, because they are certainly renowned for being at the very top of the game in terms of movement, among other things.
And indeed, both have been top of their game. They both have been world #1 in the past. Currently, Alfie is ranked 3 and Gordon ranked 5, but all that could change the US Open next week. Shingo Kaneda, the Japanese player, back at world #1, but it's very tight for 2 down to 5, so there could be a bit of movement in New York next week. Now, every time I've seen Gordon play well against Alfie, he's got off to a really good start. Quite often, Masters have been a good case in point. Well, Alfie dominates early on, and Alfie has a very aggressive game. We'll see that, I think, from the off. He and Gordon obviously know each other very well from singles, but particularly from doubles. Is when they are a doubles combination, Alfie is the aggressor. He's the one who makes things happen. Yep. And his singles game is very similar to that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Alfie is, like you said, very aggressive, and also tends to be a good front runner. Looking to obviously start well and start fast, and then sort of consolidating that strong start. That's certainly a feature of a lot of his matches. And always a good sort of basis to start a match from. Always handy to sort of have a nice lead in that first set, or ideally pocketing that first set just to take a bit of pressure off yourself, and by extension also putting more pressure on your opponent to sort of make things work in that second set.
Hewitt, 3 times Grand Slam singles champion, Roland Garros in 17, US Open in 18 and 19. Reed, 2-time Grand Slam singles champion, first ever at Wimbledon in 16 and the Australian Open in that year. They have won 7 Grand Slam titles in doubles between them. So the most recent one coming at the beginning of the year at the Australian Open. And they'll be looking to do similarly in both the US Open and France later in the year. Alfie has won, as I mentioned, the French Open, though the last kind of sizable win that Gordon has had over Alfie did come on the clay.
Yeah, I mean, clay, I think, like an able-bodied tennis as well, is a tricky surface at the best of times. It certainly exposes any weaknesses that there are in your tennis game, I think, regardless of what level you play at. And from a wheelchair tennis perspective, it's also one of the most difficult surfaces to push on, because of the resistance that you face by virtue of the nature of the clay. And sort of the quality of the clay courts can make a very, very big difference in that regard as well, to your ability to move well on that surface. The other one that is quite tricky as well is grass, because if you don't push, you pretty much come to a halt. So it's hard on the shoulders and the arms. You need to keep that movement going, whereas hard court, you've got a bit more leeway to rely on that momentum that you have in the chair, and sort of seeing that through into your shots and into your sort of movement patterns during rallies.
And in case you haven't seen these two play before, Gordon Reed is a lefty and Alfie Hewitt plays right. So we'll have a little mix-up in terms of backhands and forehands on either side. Alfie did win the toss, and as I presumed he would, is going to serve first. Very dismissive backhand in the first point.
That's a classic Alfie Hewitt shot. He's one of the very best at playing that reverse backhand cross court down the line, and he gets a lot of work on the ball, which makes it gives it both its shape but also the heaviness at the other end.
I'll say from what we saw of Alfie against Dermot Bailey yesterday, he looks very much in the groove straight off.
Yeah, I mean, for most of these guys, they would have been on court now for a few weeks at least, getting back into tennis training proper. But I suppose as well, with the experience that both of these men have in terms of getting out of the blocks quickly, and how crucial that is for, when you play other top-ranked players, we should see both of them getting out of the blocks pretty quickly, I would anticipate.
First double from Alfie, going for the lines on both of those, and just a bit too long. his summer crop as Alfie. Ooh, just a little bit too long, but I'd say good depth on that initial return from Gordon, but a little bit too long in the second. First game to 15 then for Alfie Hewitt from Norwich, from Cantley. 31 career singles titles under his belt, 40 in doubles, the majority of those being with Gordon Reid, or with 67 doubles titles, 30 individual, and there's a chasm of 6 years between them. Gordon turns 29 in October and Alfie 23 in December. So first service game safely negotiated for Alfie Hewitt. Here comes the lefty serve of Gordon Reid, start at the far end. Even though it was long, one of the aspects of this match you need to look at is the manoeuvrability of both of these players in the chair. Just balls you think they can't get to, they get to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Both of these men are, you know, at the very top of that particular tree in our sport.
Oh. Yeah, had to wave that one goodbye. Just too good.
Yeah, lovely placement. Yeah, Alfie there just took away enough time from Gordon to make that that shot after the serve back over the net. The contrasting styles between the two players as well will be interesting to see and observe, to see how that develops. Gordon is more of an all-court player, whereas Alfie is very much aggressive, and so it'll be interesting to see how they counter each other in that regard.
Oh, thought it was good. I was giving it. Okay, so it's the first ace of the match. Correction on the call.
Again, nice return down the middle there, sort of blocking the options open to Gordon to sort of get that shot back. Although Gordon, compared to yesterday's match against Dermot, is looking a bit sharper on the serve from the word go. So let's see if he can consolidate this first game now.
You will notice also that Alfie's always on the move when he's receiving. That doesn't stay still. The wheelchair barely stops at any point when he's playing. He likes to make sure he's got the right angle, and both have fairly comfortably achieved their opening goal, which is to save their serve. They've done that, 1-1. This could be quite a long one. We didn't have too many long ones yesterday, but this could be. consider this their best surface, so their favourite surface anyway.
Yeah, that was a lovely deep return with shape from Gordon there. And again, just enough to sort of put Alfie under enough pressure for him not to make that shot post the serve back.
I wonder who is the quickest in their chair in men's wheelchair tennis. We do obviously have a quad player who has a motorised wheelchair, but taking him aside, all the others who have to do it manually, I think Alfie must be pretty much up there.
I would be very surprised if he's not, and Gordon as well. We do actually, through the LTA, have GPS systems fitted to our wheelchairs to help us to track out our average speed and sort of distance covered in matches and in training sessions. So I suspect there'll be some stats lurking around on that front.
Be interesting to see them in a match situation as well.
Yes.
So we don't have a speed gun here, but I'm going to show you these two are amongst the quickest in world tennis with their surfing speed.
So one thing to notice from both men, but particularly from Alfie as he's closest to the camera, is looking at how he moves and recovers in between the shots. Essentially, the most work you do in wheelchair tennis is actually between your shots. So if you notice the amount of work and pushing he puts in to get himself into position for the next shot.
Second double from Alfie. Under pressure here to break points.
Too late, prep too late on that shot.
So first break goes the way of the world number 5, British number 2, Gordon Reid. As they change sides. Of course, with no ball boys in operation here, the players having to do the recovery of the balls themselves. As we take a look at Gordon Reid. So 28 years of age now, from Glasgow. Joe Gill is his coach up there. 4 successive doubles titles with Alfie Hewitt in Australia and the Netherlands, including their first Australian Open title together. Just won the one singles title 2019, the ITF French Riviera Open. Of course, the US Open doubles title with Alfie Hewitt and Super Series doubles title in Bendigo, Australia and St. Louis in the USA. So doubles-wise, he had a much better year in 2019 than he did singles-wise.
It helps to have 50% of your work taken away and left in the capable hands of someone like Hewitt.
Very good mates, very good friends when they're combining, but deadly adversaries when they're head-to-head on the court. As I mentioned yesterday, that I'm sure that Gordon doesn't enjoy being second in the rankings behind Alfie. He's got that early break.
Ooh.
Yeah, just snatched on that. Will be annoyed. Gordon has a wonderful way that when he does something like that, he smiles. It's Alfie's reaction is always annoyance. Gordon's reaction is always with a big smile when he screws up on a shot like that.
I think essentially whatever is the most constructive expression of those frustrations is essentially what, you know, the pursuit of tennis players, finding the way to channel the frustration constructively.
Well, that serve had quite a bit of pace behind it. Alfie negated that.
Yeah, he took it nice and early and actually used Gordon's pace on the serve to punch it back and send that return back with interest.
So now it's the Reed serve under pressure. So the umpires having to do the line calls as well, so he's quite a busy man. Well, might be handing the break straight back here.
Yeah, slightly untidy service game so far.
Two doubles in the game for Gordon Reed, and to love, he gets broken back. So a couple of scrappy games for the servers there. And we're back at 2-2.
Yeah, Gordon will be disappointed with that. It was essentially down to him, more so than necessarily anything his opponent sort of did to him as such. So he'll be looking to reset quickly from that, move on and focus on making this a strong return game to try and get back into a strong position in this first set. Put the pressure straight back onto Alfie.
Oops, watch out, cameraman. Oh, nearly. Nearly a cameraman down there for a moment.
Yeah,
he's pointing the other way, so he wouldn't have seen that ball heading towards it.
Might need a helmet every now and again.
Too good.
Well set up there with the forehand, deep cross court, and then pulling Alfie out of the court enough to then put that forehand lovely into that open space.
Alfie's quick, but he's not that quick. That's an ace.
Good serving.
On a piece now. I think you'll also notice in the men's game that they are allowed 2 bounces. Very rarely do they use 2 bounces.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The principle is you obviously want to take as much time away from your opponent as you can, and getting straight onto the ball after that first bounce is crucial in achieving that. especially at this level, it can make a very big difference.
Two aces in the game. Aces are quite a rarity in wheelchair tennis.
Can be.
Not with these two necessarily, but that's three between them. Took a lot of pace off that second serve there, Alfie Hewitt. Very effective.
Yeah, I wonder whether part of why the servers are struggling a little bit is there is a bit of a breeze. It's not too bad, but it can create some awkward conditions on this court.
Wait till they get to New York.
Well, yeah, good luck with that. It's just a warm-up. But that might be playing a part. But yeah, no, Alfie will be happy with that and sort of confident to have snuck in that easy break and then consolidating it with a good service game.
Without going into too many details, this could have been Alfie Hewitt's last year in wheelchair tennis because of the reclassification. We talked about Lexi early on, and he was re-evaluated, and basically they said that with the disability he has, that he wasn't going to be eligible to continue after this year. Now, obviously, because of COVID-19, that's been extended by a year, and I know there's an appeal in, or several people kind of arguing on his behalf that he should carry on, but potentially next year could be his last year.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to, even imagine what he must be going through sort of mentally and emotionally with that hanging over him. I think, it's a credit to his professionalism that he's choosing to focus on the tennis at this moment in time, because that's essentially all that he can control. And then no doubt off court, doing everything they can to see, what they can do. It's a very grey area. I'm certainly, pleased that it's not my decision-making process, because the range of impairments that you find within wheelchair tennis is so individual, as it tends to be in Paralympic sport as well. There's so many nuances and sort of variations on the theme that it is definitely not a straightforward process per se to classify players where the obvious impairment or where the impairment or disability is not obvious, like perhaps an amputee, for example. Well, a bit of aggression from Alfie, which is retorted very quickly by Gordon at the far end. So, yeah, the idea was right, but the execution wasn't good enough in terms of that return from Alfie, and Gordon just took full advantage of that immediately and finds himself up 30 love.
Catch. Well done. Scottish cricket team awaits. Is there a little tremolo thing on there to tell the umpire about that? Because he surely can't hear it from the chair, can he?
Not that I'm aware of. Oh yeah, it's plumb on the line.
Two aces apiece now.
That is hitting your spot. easy to do, but Gordon will be aware that he needs to just be careful here to maintain this lead and make the most of this, the fact that he's got some points to bring the set back to 3-all.
I said yesterday, quite intimidating seeing Alfie Hewitt in your eye line, kind of racing towards the net as you're in your service motion. Like that.
Yeah, he doesn't hang around in the approach.
It's like a chariot heading that way, isn't it? Speed he goes.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That's exactly what he was thinking about. Pretty much anticipated where that serve was going to land. That was a kind of a preordained shot, wasn't it?
Yep, he's executed that more than once in his career. And the dynamic sort of movement that he has behind the shot, moving into it like he does, obviously helps him as well to counterpunch that return very well.
Reed holds on to 30, so we are 3 games all. First set, break a piece. We're back on serve again at 3-all between Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewitt. But, twice this year I mentioned, 3 times last year. Georgia Open won by Alfie in 2, Cajun Classic in 2 for Alfie Hewitt, and the Korean Open, which was won on a tie-break set in 6-3 by the British #1. That was the semi-final of that competition. But, say last. Victory of Gordon Reed back at Roland Garros 2018. It's long overdue. Nearly 2 and a bit years since then.
Too good. Classic example there of serving out wide, taking the opponent off court, and then playing a good shot with enough intent, but not overplaying it into space. And good start to his service game here.
One thing you'll see also about these two, they will go for lost causes. There'll be other players who'll go, well, I can't get to that, and they won't try. But these two, never seems to be a ball they don't think they can get. They'll give it a go. Oh,
you play the whistle, absolutely. And with their, level of movement, more often than not, they'll make those balls. They certainly work hard and continue to work hard to sort of hone and keep that ability, at its top level. It does not happen by itself. Yeah, very nice shot. One thing to touch on the movement there as well is you'll notice movement patterns. If you look at Alfie, sort of on average, you're looking at sort of following a figure of 8 around the baseline to set yourself up for the shots either on the backhand or the forehand side. Also looking to turn your head round quickly so you can track the ball at all times to see what your opponent's doing. Gives you an opportunity to be more responsive than reactive to what's coming back from you over the other side of the net, or from the other side of the net.
Ooh, just. Alfie's not sure, but call made by the chair. Interesting point you made there, because like yesterday, Dermot Bailey quite often had his back to the play and then had to switch round. You see Alfie, for the most part, is always looking forward.
Yeah. Well, Alfie is so fast that he has time to actually turn back round, whereas that's not always the case if movement's, not as good as these guys' movement is. And certainly, again, I would, encourage anyone keen on wheelchair tennis to try and emulate what these guys are doing in how they move and how they track and always keep their awareness of the ball at the forefront of everything that they do.
Well, double fault has given Gordon Reed the advantage again. It's 2 breaks on the Alfie Hewitt serve. So not quite clicking into gear. I thought we were back on track, but Alfie drops his serve to 15, gives Gordon the advantage. And a little bit for him to think about is all court game working okay. Serve just a little bit off. 2 dropped so far out of 3.
Yeah, I think it's probably a reflection from both players. You know, just the fact that they're not as match fit as they normally would be. Both seem to be a little bit fluctuating with sort of making the serves. We mentioned earlier the slight breeze might play or have some bearing on it, although these guys have played in all sorts of conditions, so I don't think that's too major a factor or too much of a factor. But rhythm-wise as well.
Yeah. I also remember seeing this young man coming through in Rio in temperatures of 35 degrees. So
yep.
He's at the extremes. And he had a long match, quarter-final. I think it might have been. Yeah, I think it was quarter-final. It might have been semi-final, where he was on court for a long time in blistering heat.
Yeah,
really, really hot.
You've got to prepare to be playing pretty much any conditions, and actually it's good practice as well to force yourself to practice in different and difficult conditions, because inevitably you'll face it on a match court.
Now he's got to try and back his break up this time, which he wasn't able to do last time. Also compare and contrast when we see it, the different serving styles, just how far back Gordon goes in his chair to get that projection, that kind of elevation he needs for the serve. Yeah,
Gordon tends to put a different kind of work on the ball, more sort of spinny, but not in a weak manner, just really working the spin on the ball. Whereas Alfie's is equally spun, but a more aggressive approach, certainly on that first serve.
Got to say, for the calibre of these two, we haven't seen too many rallies yet.
No, I think the match rhythm is a bit lacking at the minute, partially because we've not had a lot of rallies, like you just mentioned. But I think at this stage as well of sort of getting back into match play proper, it's not a surprise in many ways. If not, the second set might be a bit more rhythmic. Oh yeah.
Oh yes. I was about to say that normally when Alfie comes up to the net, he wins the majority of points, but on this occasion, his doubles partner was aware where that Achilles heel was. It was down that wing.
Look how straight and strong Gordon's posture is, using that core ability, that core strength, to help him to rotate and get through the ball. One thing to mention, I think you touched on it earlier, Bob, is the difference between this match and the match coming up between Lucy Shuker and Louise Hunt. Both of these men have full use of their core and certainly make the most of it on court. You'll see in how they move, their posture on court. Be interesting to compare that, obviously, when we watch Lucy and Louise, who have some impairment in their core.
We saw yesterday, Lucy kind of does a more round arm delivery.
Yeah. She also sits at an angle in the chair, sort of almost like a bit of a bucket seat, to help to support her in the core, because she doesn't necessarily have the inbuilt ability as such to use her core, and she also uses a strap around her midriff to support her in that regard.
Double number 4 gives Alfie a chance to break straight back again.
You'll see as well both men's chairs are really low, so they can optimize movement and rotation, pretty much to the full, both on the serve and on the ground strokes and their movement.
Alfie should be all over this one. Oh, another double. Another double. Oh, they've both done that in the last 2 games. Alfie's handed one game to Gordon on the double. Gordon's handed it back with interest on the second one, so 4-4.
Yeah, both of them struggling a bit with finding their rhythm and consistency on the serve. One thing to perhaps mention is also in wheelchair tennis, breaking the opponent's serve is a bit more common than perhaps it might be in the able-bodied game, partially because getting the chair moving after your service action takes a lot of effort and strength. And so as a returner, you do have a relative advantage, perhaps more so than you do in the able-bodied game.
4-4, 2 breaks apiece.
Yeah, great shape, depth, and enough work on the ball to make that unreturnable. As, in fact, a quad player prepping for the US Open on the other court, just getting the frustration out of the system in due time.
Is that Mr. Lapthorne by chance?
It is indeed.
Morning, Andy.
He's been working hard as well over the past few weeks, prepping for what lies ahead, and wish him obviously a successful defence of his title when he heads over to New York next week.
Just waiting for the quality of this match to rise a bit. It's not quite where we hoped it would be at this stage.
Yeah, it's a bit flat. It is a bit flat, but again, it may well be a reflection of the fact that it's, you know, theoretically, I think the second or perhaps third match for both of these men after 4 or 5 months of not playing any matches. Comforting that even the best in the world takes a while to get back into it for those of us not quite at those levels just yet.
Well, looks like Alfie Hewitt might be on his way to holding his serve here. Too many doubles from both of the players at the moment. It's 5 for Gordon Reid, 4 now for Alfie Hewitt. And they've come at crucial times as well. Remember the double on his last service game gave Gordon Reid the break. Still got a point for 5-4. Back in trouble again.
One thing to look at between both players is Gordon seems to have a more relaxed style of play. He looks more relaxed when he moves and he plays, but be under no illusion that there's explosiveness and speed and pace behind that. Whereas the amount of sort of aggression and effort that Alfie puts into his movement and shots is a bit more obvious to see. Just demonstrates, obviously, different players execute the same thing in different ways.
Break point for 5-4. Way to serve if you can get this point.
Very clever, jamming Alfie there on the baseline. And well, the tit-for-tat continues on service games. 3
breaks in a row. 2 on the Alfie Hewitt serve, 1 on Gordon Reed's. 5-4. Now is the score. No, it's not.
Oh, hold on.
Something happened there we didn't see.
Yep, I retract those last comments. Oh, hold on. It just happened.
There you go. we were slightly ahead of the game.
Jumping the gun
yes,
a touch there.
Yes.
Thanks, Gordon, for making that happen. It's bailed us out there.
Yes. 5-4 then to the British number 2, who will come out to serve. So Alfie has a bit of thinking. Yeah, shaking his head. Maybe his match plan's not quite coming to fruition the way he hoped it would.
Yeah, I think the shake of the head there, you can see sort of the reactions there. He's definitely disappointed with that last showing, and probably overall a bit frustrated at sort of the lack of finding the serve as consistently as he'd like to, and certainly as he know he can.
Has a different coaching team now this year, because former coach is Louise Hunt on the right-hand side, who we'll be seeing in the next match against Lucy Shuker. A point we raised yesterday, we got just a moment to mention it here. The women will have their coaches on court with them for that match.
Yep.
The men don't.
I am with the men on that one. A bit of a tennis purist. I think the beauty and the uniqueness of the sport is that you get your input prior and post the match, but it's really you pitting your wits against the opponent when you're on court, and the best man or woman on the day, both strategically and tennis speaking, tends to win the match, which I think is very unique and a massive attraction of our sport, which also lends to it that elusive pursuit of always getting better and better as a tennis player.
I'm quite sure why it's the case, because obviously with wheelchair tennis it's the ITF, not the ATP and WCA we're talking about here. There should be a kind of a rule that maybe the ITF have in place for that, but there you go. They're following the ATP and WTA rules.
Yeah, I mean, we've had coaching in team events like the World Team Cup, which is the equivalent of the Davis Cup or the Fed Cup. I think in those contexts, because it's the odd one off here and there, it's fine. But personally, I just think, that it's the beauty of the sport where you have two competitors, fighting it out, relying on their own wits and their ability to problem solve, with some input before the match, and obviously a bit of input after the match to prepare and improve for the next one. But it's really down to you in the thick of the moment to sort of come up with the goods.
No, I think we pretty much knew that Alfie Hewitt would come out in an aggressive form for this game, because he has to win it.
Yeah, perhaps changing it up a bit, trying to sort of inject a bit of explosiveness into, some of the rallies and stuff, just getting moving really, trying to get into more of a rhythm.
Oh, a lot of effort went into that. Yeah, the big exhalation of breath as he put every nerve and sinew into that. That was very effective.
Yeah.
Yes. That is absolutely trademark Alfie Hewitt. 2 break points, back to 5-5 if he gets these.
Yeah, he's done well to put the pressure on Gordon from the word go in this game, and so far it's been paying off for him.
More pressure on the read serve now. Yeah, and that pressure tells with double fault number 6, and at the moment neither player able to hold on to their serve, so we look to be inexorably heading towards a tie break if that's the case.
Yeah, it seems like it's give and take really at this moment in time. See, Gordon is probably also a bit frustrated that he had an opportunity there to take the first set but wasn't able to execute it. Well, it'd be interesting to see what he brings to the next return game to try and put the pressure straight back on Alfie.
Because his level of aggression is different to Alfie's. I mean, there is still that intent there, but I say muscular is quite the right word, but you know what I mean in terms of the way that Alfie approaches it. You can see the way he stepped up in that last game, for example, knowing he had to win it, or else he was out of the set.
Yeah.
This is more the kind of rally we're looking for. You can get there? Yes,
yep.
He is. He wins the point.
Well played.
What
well
a
played.
terrific point. Now, I thought we'd see a few more of those in the opening 10 games. We haven't so far, but the first point of game 11, an absolute corker.
Yeah, very well contested from both men from the beginning to the end, and at the end that really good get from Alfie to also be able to control that shot at the end and get the angle that he needed to push Gordon just that bit too far. Excellent point. Excellent movement.
Conrad would be very annoyed with that. It's a relatively simple, straightforward return.
Yep. You can see from his reaction there, he's definitely not impressed with himself on that particular return.
Oh, more than made up for it with that one, though.
Yep, that is one way to solve a problem. Yeah, quick reset, straight back into it, and it's 30-15.
Oh, that was a rocket.
Yeah.
It was a bullet coming back at Alfie Hewitt, and say might be one of the quickest men in the chair. Didn't stand a hope on that one.
Yeah, and that's a demonstration of sort of a different type of aggression that Gordon possesses. It's not perhaps as in your face and obvious when you look at it compared to Alfie's, but it's certainly effective.
Well, game 11, we're having all kinds of tricks here. I think they're right in the groove now, whereas the quality of play may not have been that brilliant opening stages. We're coming to the very top of both players' games here.
Yep, definitely stepping up at the business end of this set.
And at last, a hold. We waited quite a while for that.
Yeah.
Was it 4 breaks in a row?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, if you're going to hold, it certainly pays off to do it towards the latter stages of a set when you're even with your opponent. So no, I think Alfie will be happy with that, and Gordon perhaps less so, because he will now come out to serve with the pressure well and truly straight back onto him to stay in this set.
Yeah, because there have been quite a few people who might have heard the beginning of our transmission today, having given it the big build-up, saying, well, what's so special about these two? Because they haven't shown their best play, but kind of a little microcosm there of what they could do in that last game.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think once once they're sort of into the match-playing groove and the rhythm of sort of playing tournament after tournament, today is perhaps not a true reflection of their ability. Certainly those last couple of points were definitely what we like you say, we're used to seeing from both these men, and but that's the point of this event, is to sort of give them the opportunity to sort of ease back into formal match play, sort of try out a few things, find their feet again as such, and hopefully get the opportunity to blow off the cobwebs and be ready for next week, when it really does matter at the US Open.
I was about to say, how invaluable will this be for next week? Because I imagine most of their opponents in the wheelchair tennis at the US Open won't have had anything like this kind of preparation.
Well, that is the argument, and that certainly will help. 2 or 3 matches under your belt is better than none.
Serving to stay in this first set, Gordon Reid. A few too many of those.
Yeah, you could do with playing a tight service, as in a tidy service game now. Not just give points away to Alfie. We'll be looking to make the most of every opportunity coming his way. Beautiful.
Dismissive.
So relaxed, in terms of looking relaxed to get to that ball in time. Enough rotation.
Look at the angle.
Yeah, lovely angle outside of the ball with intent.
Ooh, only just. Took a bit of a risk there, but Alfie engaged pretty well. That was going to go long, and it did.
Yeah, he got a little bit lucky there, but he'll take it regardless.
2 points away from the set. Ooh, just overcooked it. Just overcooked it.
Again, yeah, Gordon was a bit lucky there, and equally will take that one gladly, I'm sure, at this stage. But bit of a rally there, getting into a bit more of a rhythm now, so.
Second chance to put it away.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt. He will be disappointed with that.
Well, you had two good opportunities to put it away there.
Yep.
Neither taken. And then Gordon Reid just hands him a set point.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Gordon had that point on his racket, but the unforced error, alas, gives Alfie the break and the set point.
Yeah, a bit more work to be done with no ball boys around. Go and retrieve your own serve. It goes into the net. Well, he does have extra balls he could use, but chooses not to.
Yeah, perhaps just takes a bit of time in between the first and second serve to settle himself down. And hopefully he'll be able to execute a good second serve here. He needs to.
Brave serve. What a brave serve that was from Gordon Reid.
Yeah, very well played. That was exactly what he needed at this stage. Well executed. Yeah.
Not going to get to that.
Yeah. No, that last shot from Alfie, not wide enough, not deep enough, and Gordon certainly experienced enough to make the most of that. Well played.
So a point away from a tie break.
Close. Back to deuce.
We haven't seen an easy service game for quite some time, have we?
No, these guys are certainly working for it.
And a long fault as well, wasn't close. So Alfie Hewitt again has the chance to close this set out with the advantage point.
Yeah, that's tough after a couple of good points from Gordon to then sort of serve a double fault, and finds himself facing yet another break stroke set point.
Alfie can't close it out.
Yep, now you can see both men sort of almost making similar type mistakes in terms of winning one point and then losing the next straight after. Alfie is expressing a bit of his frustration in that regard, which again might just be a symptom of not being match fit. Not fitness-wise, but just not having that match rhythm yet.
Another deuce. And another break
Return.
point.
Yeah. Nice aggressive return there from Alfie. Did enough to get the job done, and he's got his third set point coming up.
Goes to the towel to slow himself down again. Right. Pressure now on the Gordon Reid serve. Alfie Hewitt will be coming in very quickly on this. What's Gordon's strategy to try and prevent him doing so? See him winging around like a mad wasp at the far end.
And we're back to deuce. Gordon is struggling a little bit. The court surface sometimes is slightly uneven, which on the chairs sometimes means that you're not perfectly static when you're serving. You get used to it, so it's not a showstopper, certainly not for either of these men. But at this crucial moment in the set, it's worth just making sure you set up. You're happy with that setup for the serve before you go for it.
This time round, Gordon Reid it is with the point for a tie break. It's the game that never ends.
I hope you pre-booked lunch, Bob.
Yes, dinner actually. So, yeah.
Yeah, long service game for Gordon here. He's doing well to a degree to sort of keep coming back and sort of giving himself opportunities to close it out. But the pressure remains firmly on his shoulders.
Again, can give Alfie Hewitt a good look at a second serve here, potentially. Oh, that's beautiful. That is brilliant from where he was on the court to get that ball into play.
Yeah, look at his anticipation and just, yeah, accelerated right through that shot there. Getting the angle, keeping the balance forward.
It was beyond the doubles court there when he got that ball in.
Yep, you want to whip the outside of the ball to get that sort of angle to break the tram lines.
There we are again. Set point. Set point number 4.
I think so.
And this time it's a double that does for Gordon Reid. Double number 9. And Alfie Hewitt battled very hard to come through that one. And battled very well indeed to come through what looked like it might be heading to only their third tie-break set ever. But didn't need it.
No,
So
I mean...
7-5 to Alfie.
Alfie will certainly take that. In fact, let's hear from him shortly to...
And here is the man of the moment after that 7-5 first set victory. Alfie, how did that feel? That was quite a struggle for both of you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily the prettiest of wheelchair tennis, but not gonna lie, I'm probably expecting that right now. And yeah, showed a bit of rustiness in that set and a little bit of lacking off a bit of quality, but yeah, done well to dig deep really.
Because it looked like you kicked into gear that after 5-5, that first point in the 11th game, you really looked like you found your rhythm, because that was a terrific game right the way through, and we thought this is where this match changes a bit.
Yeah, I think there were definitely moments in the match for both of us where we started to play more of our style of tennis, but yeah, just not consistent enough. I think from both of us really, to be honest.
So what isn't working and what do you want to work better in set 2?
Consistency. Yeah, I think it's it's one of the first matches we've played competitively for nearly 6 months or so now. So for myself, I'm lowering my expectations of where I want to be. Obviously, I want to be playing great tennis right now, and there are snippets of that. So I think just trying to rally through that and keep trying to find a way of mixing it up, really.
You could have got enough points out of that first set to have a show reel, though. There were a few things that seemed to work quite well. So what do you take as positives to take you into set 2, apart from the fact you won it, of course?
Yeah, no, definitely just points in that where I'm playing more of my style of tennis, so moving onto it and serving a bit better and returning a bit more accurately. But yeah, it's just trying to keep everything ticking. But I think they've just called time.
Yeah,
so
I think you're
yeah.
I think you're required back in the match. So
Yeah.
there you go. We'll talk to you
Cheers.
later. Going to catch up with Alfie in between the set, but he heard the umpire call time, so I didn't think we had another question. Otherwise, Gordon would be playing the match on his own, or he might get a time penalty. We don't want that to happen.
He might prefer that at this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so there were elements in that first set, some good points. We talked about the one where he was totally out of court and got that cross-court winner, but probably not enough from either player's point of view, and certainly the 9 double faults is something that Gordon really will want to get out of that system pretty quickly.
No, definitely. It'd be interesting to see if set 2 kicks off with a bit more intensity, for want of a better expression, just in terms of sort of seeing if both men can find more of a rhythm in the match, because it has been pretty stop-start for obvious reasons, I think, as Alfie alluded to as well. Yeah, well played. So Gordon again showing his sort of style of aggressiveness, the versatility of pushing Alfie back and deep, and then playing a nice shot into space.
Well, slice was probably the option he had there.
Yeah, I think it won't hurt Gordon at this stage to vary his approach a bit. He's certainly very capable of playing a varied game. Perhaps just a few bits, changing it up a bit. Try to throw Alfie off of any rhythm he might be building into. Or not.
Take that.
Great shot.
It's the speed at which he hits it as well, because it stays hit.
Yeah, he really accelerates with the racket head through the shot, coupled with his the core strength behind that and the posture.
Gordon Reed was controlling that point all the way through until he dumps the ball in the midway up the net.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps he was a little bit short in terms of taking that ball a fraction too late than he intended to, short in court as such. He was obviously looking to attack and take an aggressive position, but unfortunately it just didn't pay off for him in that particular instance.
So Alfie Hewitt on the board. First game has been achieved in set number 2. He's on his way. So it's incredible when we consider how many matches they played against each other. This is match 25 in singles, and they've only been to tiebreak sets twice in all that time.
Well, I think it shows the quality of both men as well in terms of being, you know, very, very highly accomplished tennis players, each in their own right. I mean, I don't need to point to either of their respective, you know, tally of titles.
Boy, oh boy.
Shot like that,
well,
yeah.
I was about to say
Boom.
how hard Alfie Hewitt hits the ball. Gordon Reid can do that equally as adeptly.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, as I mentioned earlier, don't be under any illusion that the relatively relaxed demeanour infers he hits the ball in a relaxed fashion as well. Not at all. Yeah, good response.
Hello.
Good response.
Match is opening up again. Yeah, serve was too short. He knows that.
Yep.
Don't put it right into Alfie's hitting zone like that, because that's what happens.
That tends to be the outcome 99.9% of the time. Yeah, that was well placed, actually, putting it relatively low for Alfie to get to. So it was almost between sort of a volley and a half volley, just rendering it tricky enough for Alfie not to manage to get it over the net. Good reach, but the positioning there just rendered it a bit too tricky for Alfie to make that shot.
Just a little bit of wind blowing around the court now. Making the ball toss a bit difficult. Ooh.
Close.
Yes.
Very close.
Yeah, somebody say close on the court, and it was.
Well, Alfie set that up well, actually, by playing down the middle to Gordon. That essentially limits Gordon's ability to create angles off the shot from the middle of the court, which then gave Alfie enough of an opportunity to get to the front and sort of, yeah, sneak that point in.
That's a bad double by Gordon, not even in the right service box.
Yeah, I don't know if he perhaps just rushed it a little bit between the first and the second serve, not necessarily taking enough time in between the serves.
Break point for Alfie Hewitt for a 2-love lead. You always know what he's thinking.
Yep, that was there for the taking. Yeah, Gordon pushed Alfie really deep there, sort of bided his time before he committed to that that backhand down the line, and just limited the amount of time Alfie had to respond to that shot, and by extension was unable to put it back over the net, even though he got to the ball.
Serving is quite hard for both men right now. But yeah, it's got the advantage point.
Yeah.
And gets the game.
He'll be happy with that.
Well, it gave Alfie a chance for a 2-love lead. Wasn't able to take it, so Gordon closes that game out. 1 apiece, 7-5, 1-all in the second.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive Alfie comes out for this next service game, whether he really is looking to set up the point directly from the serve, with a view to then close it out aggressively as soon as he's able to.
Oh, went back behind him. That is the best shot in wheelchair tennis. Definitely, you put the ball back behind the player that's coming in. There's not an awful lot you can do about that.
Well, you have to cover the space, which Gordon obviously was en route to doing there, and the positioning and the speed of the ball from Alfie was just too much to give Gordon any time to actually turn back and make that shot behind him.
Just not getting enough balls back into play from his point of view, Gordon Reid, right now.
Yeah, the unforced error count, as we've seen in a number of the other matches, are certainly higher than these guys will be used to. Yeah, good serving.
Third ace.
Again, it's quite deceptive on television how fast the ball actually travels for these guys. Similar to watching live tennis from close quarters. I can assure you they're definitely ripping the ball and moving with distinct intent on court. Yeah, Gordon will be disappointed with that. That was a poor return game, and made it too easy there for Alfie to win his service game, and he's up 2-1 in the second set.
And by far the easiest service game we've seen for quite some time.
Yeah, actually. It seems to be a slightly novel occasion today, but yeah, hopefully the worst of the cobwebs is sort of starting to be blown off as far as the service is concerned for Alfie. We'll see how Gordon comes out and responds this next game.
Alfie was actually in America when all the COVID-19 pandemic things kicked off. It was actually in the middle of, among the Brits, of the Georgia Open in the USA. The tournament was suspended. And we're headed back to the UK, and of course, apart from the Aussie Open and the event in Rotterdam, that's pretty much all, and Bolton, that's pretty much all they had this year.
Yeah, no, tournaments have certainly been thin pickings this year so far. Let's hope that as things start to sort of get going again, we can maintain some momentum to the end of the year, and hopefully get to a stage where what we know as normality on the tennis tour returns to its full, ideally sooner rather than later.
As mentioned, the majority of their encounters have been on hard court. Only one meeting on grass. Alfie Hewitt won that, and one meeting on clay, which Gordon Reid won.
Yeah, just struggling to find his form a bit at the minute, Gordon. The movement there was a little bit slack, which is a comment that I make with a big caveat when it's related to Gordon Reid. But he just seemed a little bit slow on that shot post the return from Alfie.
was waiting for a third net cord in a row there to bring up my old anecdote about Fru Macmillan, who told me that in South Africa, if you got 3 nets in a row, that you used to get a barrel of beer.
Well, that's
Where
a healthy
he came from?
or unhealthy incentive to get 3 net cords in a row. Just overcooking it a bit there.
Hasn't got his range at all today, has he?
No,
those kind of
it's
shots.
yeah. Normally he'd make those sort of shots, you know, all day long. Just not finding it at the minute. Well, it does get the job done.
Back of the chair, not a lot you can do.
Very effective.
That
Very
ball's heading
effective.
back towards you in the chair. You are not a stationary target, but pretty close to it.
Pretty big target as well, actually, in relative terms.
2 more break points then for Alfie Hewitt for a 3-1 lead in the second. Here comes a lob, surely. No, going to go for a lob there. There it does then.
There we go. Yep. Yeah, again, Gordon will be disappointed with that game. Just too many unforced errors from his racket, granting Alfie too many free points, and then the odd 1 or 2 where Alfie obviously earned it as well. So certainly a few things for Gordon to think about and reset quickly if he wants to make an impact in the second set. And
well, is that the decisive break in set number 2? Certainly gives it a lot of momentum for Alfie Hewitt to potentially go and close this one out, but as we've seen, his service been a bit brittle today.
yeah, returns like that as well is just frustrating. Perhaps just not keeping his eye on the ball long enough, coming off that shot too early, and gives Alfie a nice, easy first point in this game.
Give him a chance. Should put it away. Oh no! Oh, we're so annoyed with that.
Oh yeah, he will be very disappointed. Easy to make those mistakes. I'm sure we've all been there. Certainly more more than Gordon has. But yeah, he'll be frustrated with that. That was for his standards a bad mistake to make at this stage.
That's about as annoyed as he gets on court as well, punching his racket.
Yeah. Yeah, much better response there. straight back into the next point, playing with intent.
He's a good player in that respect. That he can
Reset.
compartmentalize his game so much so, right, put that to one side. He can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
That's history now. Move on, and then immediate response.
Very valuable skill set to have in tennis. In fact, often the distinguishing factor between those at the very top.
How did he win that point?
That is much more like...
How did he win that point? The retrieving in that point was sensational.
He hustled hard on every single shot there. That was a really, really good rally.
Well, you've seen the very best and the very worst of Gordon Reid in one game here. And it's broken.
Great.
Broken back.
That is the best way to respond to adversity. He'll be glad with that, and I suspect he'll be looking to make the most of this service game coming up. That should give him a bit of confidence.
Well, he went from a gimme, which he completely flunked, to some amazing scrambling to get the point to give himself a chance of a break, and there we are.
Absolutely. No, it is what he's capable of doing, and more often than not very consistently. Not today. As Alfie mentioned in the changeover between the sets, it's not been particularly pretty tennis, but at this stage of sort of getting back into match play, that's arguably not the point.
No, quite. Well, because you'll remember, I'm sure, 2016, men's singles gold medalist when he played Alfie in that final. And they were silver medalists in the doubles as well. Had a very good year, did Gordon Reid. I know we're looking at Alfie at the moment, but Gordon won 4 men's doubles titles, 3 men's singles titles, including the Japan Open Super Series in 2018. So though 2016 was kind of the year that a lot of people saw his prominence, 2018 was a terrific year. Did hit #1 back in September of 2016, and #1 in doubles the year before. So consistent performer, has been world #1, 5 at the moment. Be looking to improve upon that, as indeed Alfie will be as a former world #1 at #3 at the moment. And they're back with a break each in this second set.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Gordon's able now to step up in these service games in terms of both making more serves, but also the placement. That first one was a good start.
Oof. A couple of very, very close line calls for both men. But that's just a little bit long.
Yeah, that is actually an underrated shot, the trip return in wheelchair tennis as well. There's a time and a place to use it, because it's a means of taking the time away from the opponent. You could see Alfie took it there really early, punched it into space, and actually, even for someone like Gordon, who moves very well, just caught him out. And nice easy point there.
Alfie Hewitt's guided missile, I call that. Didn't need another double. Thought they'd checked out of his armoury, but no, that's number 11. Don't know why he didn't take that on the first bounce.
Well, it was a clever play from Gordon because he was in a bit of a defensive position on that return, but he sent it back up high and deep, which gave him time to recover. And then inevitably that lack of pace on the ball, when you're facing that, you have to generate all of that pace, you know, from your shot. And I think, yeah, had Alfie taken it on the first bounce, probably would have made the shot. Just waited a fraction too long there, and the unforced error came. And Gordon's got a point to bring us to 3-all in the second set. Sense a bit of frustration building as well on Alfie's side, so Gordon will be keen to take advantage of that, I suspect.
If he can get the ball in play.
Advantage, Hewitt.
All the hard work done in that last game. We broke Alfie Hewitt. Might all be undone here.
Yep, very easy in this game to play a good point followed by a shocking point afterwards.
Oh, well, all right. An ace will do it quite nicely. Third of the match. Matching each other, actually, 3 apiece.
Yeah, it does seem like Gordon's starting to make less errors on the serve now. Still a few in there, but certainly a bit less than he's had to endure throughout the first set.
Put it straight back to him. I'm quite sure why, but he still wins the point.
Yeah, Gordon read it well. Again, perhaps the fact that Alfie left that shot and gave himself the time through the 2 bounces did actually inadvertently give Gordon a bit of time to recover and then anticipate what might be coming. He guessed right and anticipated right, but not able to send that second lob back into court.
A break point for 4-2. Gordon Reed will give for a first serve right now. Well, he jammed him up in the chair, but he's still got that ball back.
Yep. No, good reflexes there from Alfie. Well, from Gordon as well. That was a tricky return. And then fantastic reflexes there from Alfie to give himself enough space, just about, to manage to get the racket round to make that shot into space. And certainly paid dividends. He finds himself up 4-2.
Yeah, we're back into break serve territory again. Alfie gets his broken. Gordon gets his broken. So 4-2 it is. So potentially 2 games away from taking this one after that convincing 6-1, 6-1 victory over Dermot Bailey yesterday. Obviously much harder against his doubles partners today.
That's a handy start.
Couldn't have got more slice on that if he tried, from that position. You heard the racket hit the surface of the court, but somehow, some way, he got that racket underneath it.
Yeah, stayed very low as well, which made it quite tricky for Gordon in return to get his slice back into court.
Just moving up a gear now, Alfie Hewitt just finding a bit of overdrive, which has been lacking up to this stage.
Yep, I think he's smelling blood probably. His intensity and standard or quality of play has certainly been turned up a notch. And he finds himself serving for a 5-2 lead.
Wasn't in position for that shot at all, was he?
But again, it does show the usefulness of a tactic of returning deep down the middle. Don't want to overdo it, but there is definitely a time and a place to play that shot.
Not done yet. 3 game points, 2 have gone.
Yeah, gave Alfie a bit of a different look there.
Yeah, a bit cranky with himself again. Again, margins. Hardly anything in it, but just the wrong side of the line. Enough for Alfie Hewitt to see that game out. It was the most comfortable of service holds, but he'll take it. 5-2. Potential now to break Gordon Reid's serve and take it 6-2. Same last time they met on hard court. Alfie winning 6-love, 6-3. Gordon's really taken the set off him. In fact, he hasn't taken more than one set off him since the US Open. There's that one meeting in Melbourne earlier this year where Gordon actually won the first set 6-4. Could go back to the US Open for a last 3-set encounter between the two of them. And that was 7-5, 5-7, 7-6, a win for Alfie Hewitt on a tie-break.
Yeah, I think Alfie's style of play, you mentioned earlier, Bob, that he's obviously quite aggressive in his style of play, and often, you know, when he's in front, like many of the great players are, you know, tend to be very good front runners, and once sort of, you know, he gets a bit of a feel for being ahead, it's obviously important to maintain that, and his style of play, when he's on it, absolutely complements that sort of approach to playing tennis.
Last chance saloon now for Gordon Reid.
Yeah, just rusty there, Gordon. Very accomplished player at net. His doubles experience certainly stands him in good stead in that regard, but just rusty. Well played. Just did enough there to keep Alfie off balance, going back behind him, and then taking his time on that last shot, sneaking it back behind Alfie.
Alfie wanting to shorten the points now, get this done as quickly as possible, but Hasn't got a willing accomplice on the other side of the net, though.
Great serving.
Ace number 4. 4 for Alfie and 4 for Gordon now in this one. Too deep, too good.
Yep. Good balance kept there by Alfie as well. Getting through this shot and placing it nice and deep. And we're on 30 all.
Ooh, that was very, very tight, very, very close. That would have been match point, but just fell the wrong side of the line, right under the umpire's chair, so he wasn't going to miss that.
Yeah,
Nice.
that was a great second serve. Taking full advantage of his lefty status, putting it out wide, pulling Alfie off court, and also forcing him to make a weaker return than he'd like to, and then just rolling up, biding his time, and after that first bounce, boom, into space, and he's kept a service game.
Also now forcing Alfie Hewitt to serve out the match. Ball's on his racket. Just falling off a few of his shots today, Gordon Reid, isn't he? Just not quite completing.
Yeah, perhaps there the balance just went backwards a little bit. Perhaps he just connected a bit too late and a bit too low and didn't come sort of up and through the shot enough, which pushed it into net.
Big grunt on that serve, but ultimately wasn't able to keep the return off the return in court.
Yeah, again, Alfie had to take that volley quite low down, pretty much at his feet, which is a tricky shot to make at the best of times.
Gordon Reid hanging on in at 15:30 on the serve. Great depth on that shot, and then the cross-court forehand into the corner.
Yeah, you could see a real increase in pace there from Gordon on those last two shots. Just really going for it and playing it a bit more aggressive. and it's paid off. He's got 2 break points.
And second serve to look at as well from Alfie Hewitt. Chance to make it 4-5. Oh,
Well played.
couple of exceptional points from Gordon Reid in that game. Ball totally and utterly out of reach of the outstretched racket of Alfie Hewitt. And this match is not over yet by any means. 2 games in a row for Gordon Reid. Brought him back to 4-5 with his serve to come. And, well, I say we haven't had a 3-setter apart from that Melbourne Open for quite a few years between these two.
I think what what Gordon did well then, and which is a bit of a trademark of his tennis as well, is varying the pace. So a couple of points, sort of playing at a relative pace, but then, as we saw, that point which led him to the break point really sort of sped up the acceleration of the racket head to get more pace on the balls to get that point in the bag, and then equally on the actual break point itself, threw in a few, you know, high and relatively slow-moving balls to Alfie, and sometimes as an opponent it is quite tricky to adjust to that variety and pace. Alfie obviously will be very aware that that's something that Gordon does supremely well, but even there it managed to catch him out, and instead of having the match in the bag, he finds himself with Gordon on his heels at 5-4.
Just watch out for the level of aggression from Alfie Hewitt on this Gordon Reid service game. So I think he'll want to, again, try and keep the points as short as he can, and try and get in for the kill as early as he can.
Yeah, just jammed Gordon there enough so that he couldn't get enough, couldn't get around the shot enough to sort of sneak it back over the net. Which is always a good tactic, jamming your opponent, be it with a serve to the body or when you're returning into the body.
Virtually on the service line when he took that, but
Well,
didn't work.
Yeah, and actually a great example there of a point where the return was well hit, but actually straight into Gordon's hitting zone, and he just went into space. Easy point in the bag for him, and we're on 15-all.
Oh, you lucky so-and-so. That's not what he, well, maybe was it what he intended, but not quite as tight as that. But the let cord doing him a big favour.
Yep, he'll be sorry about that, but not that sorry.
Yeah, it's always hollow apologies when they say, sorry, mate. Don't believe a word of it.
Yeah, Gordon was a little bit lucky there. He was quite static on that last reverse backhand that he played. He was able to pull it off and actually managed for it to drop deep and high, which then made it tricky for Alfie to return. But it raises the point again of you always ideally want to have some momentum as you go into the shot, as opposed to being sat static in the chair and then having to generate all the pace and power from your arm.
Back to 30-all. Important point coming up here.
40-30.
Too much. And Gordon Reid gets it back level. That's a good recovery from where he was. Looked like he was going out of this match with all the momentum swinging, it seemed, utterly towards Alfie Hewitt, but not the case. They're back at parity in set 2. Now Alfie has to answer a few questions.
Yeah, again, I think it's a good example of Gordon just, staying calm, hanging in there, doing his thing, sort of, working hard to try and find his tennis, coupled with, some frustration and unforced errors from Alfie's racket, and, he's back to 5-all from having been down 2-5 in this set, which is always a confidence-boosting moment. Still there are too many untidy mistakes from Gordon's racket there. Unless
Is he broken a string?
It may have been, if he's grabbing a new racket. That may have explained it, because it looked a bit more laissez-faire than we're certainly used to seeing Gordon hitting those shots.
Trying to get as much projection on that serve as he could. Bending his back in that chair about as far as back as it would go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And again, we've said it very often over the years with Alfie. If you can drive him back behind the baseline or get him on the baseline, you've got a pretty good chance of winning points. But when he's aggressive, in your face, come up towards the service line or into the service box sometimes, your chances of winning points are fairly minimal.
Yeah, he tends to make those shots more often than not, and certainly with interest behind them. Good serving there as well. He's on a good roll now. 40 love up.
That would be ace number 5.
Good example of him as well, resetting, not letting that disappointment of having had a 5-2 lead and some match points get the better of him. Just focusing on what he needs to do, getting on with the job. Ooh, late call.
Could have done without that offsetting the ace. Only 6 doubles though compared to Gordon's 12.
That helps.
Well, it's a game and a half, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. That, you'd rather be on that side of that particular stat if given a choice.
Ooh, that was mighty tight. But again, right by the umpire's chair, so he's got the best view of it. And Alfie holds 6-5. So again, putting the onus back on Gordon Reid to hold his serve, or else we will go to that rarity, a tie-break, which we thought we might have seen in the first set. Didn't quite happen.
Yeah, I mean, we're very, very close to one happening again now, as we were in the first set. So Gordon certainly had a fair amount of pressure to deal with on his service games pretty much throughout this match. So either he'll be relatively relaxed with that dynamic, or he'll be starting to feel that pressure mounting as we potentially come to the business end of this set. So it'll be interesting to see with his experience, how he chooses to respond. Again, I'm sure he'll still have a good amount of confidence in the system by virtue of having, made up that the amount of ground that he did, having been down 2-5 in the second set. That'll certainly be a positive aspect of his frame of mind at the moment. And yeah, it's a few loose errors here or there that could swing the game quite easily in his direction. So I'm sure he'll be up for giving it a proper shot and see what he can do.
I make it they've been on court for about an hour and 50 now as well, so it's quite a workout for both of them. We're not even into a third set potentially here. Hour and 50 is quite a long time in a match of this caliber. Oh, I was about to say nifty, but actually didn't work. Maybe he was a bit too casual on that drop shot.
Just a touch. Again, normally he's very proficient at employing the feel and the touch that he has for the game to very good effect. But yeah, like you said, Bob, that one just a whisker short of going over the net.
Oh, again, played it behind Alfie to great effect. So Alfie commit to the centre of the court and says there's a vast expanse over there, that's where I'm going to put the ball.
Yeah, I mean, even though he was sort of hitting that shot a bit behind him, he stayed with the shot, made sure that he finished the motion of the stroke, kept his head following through in that context as well, and yeah, got it over the net. A lovely way to get himself to 15 all. Yeah, again, very good. He's keeping his balance, keeping strong in the core, not turning off the ball too early, but seeing the shot through all the way.
We're starting to see some of the very best of Gordon Reid. See how he got to be world #1. He's won those titles. He's won Wimbledon and at the very top of the wheelchair tennis game. Indeed, he's not too far away from it right now, but he's been very good. He has been the best in the world, and looks like we're heading for a tie break. Well, not just yet, says Alfie Hewitt.
Yeah, Gordon there on as Alfie came in was sort of a little bit too far inside the court, but caught out a bit there, no man's land, and Alfie's volley was deep enough and sort of into space behind Gordon that he didn't really stand a chance to get that one back.
Get his ball toss right.
Yeah, the breeze is probably playing a bit of a role in it, and
back to deuce, potentially 2 points away here now. Alfie Hewitt from closing it out as he did the first set, 7-5. Got a chance to do it in the second now. So again, I'm sure it'll be all-out aggression, all-out attack from the younger man, the British #1. There's overcooked it.
yeah, Gordon will be disappointed with that. That was not a good error.
So for the first time, or was it second time match, isn't it? Match point? Or was it first time?
No, I think it's the second time round.
Second time, yeah. Alfie Hewitt has advantage and a chance to take this match in 2. As second serve, which would be all over like a dirty shirt. Angle. Yep, the angle was just too much, and Gordon Reid couldn't quite get that one back, and it's a certain symmetry to the scoreline. And win number 13 just puts him ahead on their head-to-head stats. 13-12 now to Alfie Hewitt, and that run of victories extends still further. 7 wins in a row now, starting back at the Cajun Open in 2019, right through to this. Quick look at the match stats before we let you go.
Well, to be honest, I think the double faults on both sides, definitely not what these guys will be used to. Low first serve percentage in, especially for Gordon Reid there, that certainly hurt his chances. Total point one, actually not that massive a difference, but of course the time at which you win those points, you know, definitely makes a big difference. And we can see on both sides as well quite a fair amount of break points, and Alfie just took advantage a bit more often when it counted. I mean, close match, not a pretty match, as I'm sure both men will attest to, but definitely a good run out for both, and I'm sure there'll be stuff that they'll take from this to sort of tweak and tidy up before they get to New York next week, which essentially is why, you know, why we're here these few days.
A match that has lasted around about 2 hours, so it is a very good workout for both of them as they prepare to go to Flushing Meadows next week for the US Open, and we will hear from Alfie, our winner, in just a few moments' time. To remind you, we have 3 more matches to come yet. Our women's singles in just a few moments' time. Louise Hunt with Lucy Shuker waiting on the sidelines to join us. And there'll be a first win for one of those two on this 2-day event at Roehampton coming soon. And then we'll have men's doubles, and then we'll have a mixed doubles to round things off. So 3 more matches still to come throughout the course of the day. Let's go courtside to hear from our winner. Anne-Marie Batson is with Alfie Hewitt.
Congratulations on the win, Alfie. How was that performance for you today?
Yeah, it wasn't pretty tennis, I would say. I think it was a little bit scrappy at times, but there were glimpses of really, really good kind of sets of plays, and I mean, overall, I thought I managed the conditions, managed the situation, circumstance, all of that pretty well in the end.
You talk about managing the situation and circumstances. It's a bit more blustery today. Did that play a factor at all in the way you played?
No, I mean, it's always a little bit trickier with a bit of wind, but I've been playing in a lot worse than this recently, so there's no excuses.
As you talked about, you mentioned about the way the game ebbed and flowed. For me, it was very much like, it was like a chess match going on between the two of you. You'd make a move, he'd make a move, there was twists and turns, and then you starting to get into a rhythm. What changed for you, particularly in that first set?
I think it was a bit of a momentum swing. We're both finding our range. Like, I obviously know Gordon pretty well, and he knows me, so we've trained a lot together recently, so it was always going to be a bit of a battle and back and forth like that. It normally is anyway, so I don't think we've played a set recently that hasn't gone to 7-5 or 7-6, so it was kind of expected, but just trying to hang it in there and yeah, do what I can.
But because you know each other so well, how can you introduce something new into your game that he's not aware of?
Oh, he's aware of it.
He knows you inside out.
So am I, but of course that's how it is. You know, we don't really hide anything when we go on the court. It's another training session. He's a practice partner, and when it comes to kind of crunch time and getting out there on the match court, it's kind of just like who's better. You know, who's gonna play the better tennis, and that's normally how it is.
One more match in the bag for you. Of course, you are going to be playing doubles together. You guys going to go for lunch, have a bit of a chat, smooth in over the creases, then come back out again?
Yeah, hopefully. I don't think we've got long, so
yeah.
I think it'll be a pretty quick turnaround. But now I'm sure we'll grab a bit of food together.
Nice one for the win today. Well done, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
Day 2 of the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series continues with the final singles match of the competition. Lucy Shuker on your screen and Louise Hunt both fell to British #1 Jordan Wiley in their matches yesterday, so there'll be extra motivation to get a victory on the board in this last round-robin match. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this one, and alongside me, Anna Smith, back again for Day 2.
Excited to be here. Looking forward to a good match.
Yeah, it was a very close contest, the first one of the day. It looked like Alfie Hewitt might have it more straightforwardly, but he was taken right down the wire in both sets by Gordon Reid. And this one's going to have to try and live up to that expectation. 2 hours plus for that previous match. That's some way to wake us up on a Wednesday morning as it was. Now we're into the early stages of the afternoon. And looking forward to seeing another clash that features two players that know each other and each other's games really well. These two have played a lot of doubles together over the years. They've actually won a lot of titles together. They've played 7 wheelchair tennis tour events as a pair, and they've won 6 of them. So that's not bad going as a doubles pairing, I ask of Anna Smith, the doubles player herself.
That is pretty impressive. Again, they're going to know each other extremely well, so they're going to know all their strengths and weaknesses, so it's just about who can come out on top today.
And Lucy Shuker will probably be putting a lot of pressure on herself for her to be that winning player. She does actually bring a 13-love head-to-head winning record into this one. That's at world ranking events that these two have faced off at. So Louise Hunt on your screen has a little bit of thinking to do as to the strategy she's going to bring into this one. When you've lost that number of times against the same opponent, what is the thought process coming into the match?
Oh no. No. I think you almost have to just try and have a clear mindset. I think you almost have to be able to have a short-term memory and just completely forget about previous matches and previous experiences against the opponent. It can be tricky. Obviously, you maybe feel a little bit more under pressure. But I think she's just got to go out there and try and put her game on the court. Obviously, you know, she knows what she needs to bring out there, and she's going to have weapons to hurt Lucy.
You can see the graphic just at the bottom of your screen there. Lexi launched yesterday in wheelchair tennis. It's the system that explains Parasport classification, and all the players here at the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series are part of the Open Division. If you want to find out more about that, lexi.global, you can check it out there. So we're into our second match of the day. It was Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, two big names in the sport, to kick things off today. And this is the last of the round-robin matches. Both of these two facing off with Jordan Wiley in the first singles matches yesterday and not having too much success. Shuker pushed her closer, but Wiley showing very much why she is in the current world's top 5. She's the GB #1. These two are the British #2 and 3. Kath Lavelle in the chair for this second match. After this, we'll have an all-men's doubles match between Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, facing off with Rob Cross and Mark McCarroll, who's come in as a late replacement. And then women's doubles to finish the day, where Lucy and Louise will be facing off again. So this is a nice little bit of prep for them for that match later, but I'm sure focus is very much on the singles match at hand. Obviously, with the US Open fast approaching at the end of next week, this is really essential preparation for these players. Elite Parasport has returned to the nation's screens for the first time since lockdown with this event. It's one of a number of events that the LTA has been putting on across tennis, men's and women's tennis, wheelchair tennis, in order to get the athletes back on court. It's been a trying few months. I'm sure there have been many hours spent in the gym, but not so many on the court. So all the players here really relishing the opportunity to get back on court and get back to competition. And I'm sure these two will both feel that they've shaken off a bit of rust yesterday.
I think it's always, there's a little bit of apprehension when you come back and play that first match after not having played so long. I think they won't necessarily mind too much about the result. It's more about getting that competitive match under their belt and shaking off the rustiness, like you said. But I think hopefully today they'll be expecting a little bit more from themselves. But again, it's just a case of getting as prepared as possible for the forthcoming events.
Shuker, the more experienced player on court here. She's also 11 years older at 40, still young, of course. She was in a motorcycle accident shortly after her 21st birthday, and within a couple of years she'd played her first national championship in wheelchair tennis, and it's been a pretty successful career for her since. Twice an Australian Open semi-finalist in the singles. 3 times a quarter-finalist at Wimbledon, a semi-finalist back in 2007 at the French Open. The US Open, she's reached the quarter-finals 3 times, so she'll be hoping to improve on that.
1 minute.
Hunt made her Paralympic debut at London 2012 and also competed at Rio 2016. Obviously, the Tokyo Paralympics have been postponed by a year for obvious reasons. Probably one of the proudest achievements of Shuker's career are the bronze medals that she won in doubles at London 2012 and Rio 2016. And we've heard the players talk about how with each Olympic Games that goes by, the profile of the sport is raised more. I remember it was Jordan Wiley was talking about when she started out, not many people hanging around watching, and then I think at London 2012 it was full capacity. They were having to turn people away. There weren't enough seats, and it just shows how the sport is growing and being promoted better and expanding in popularity.
Absolutely. I think the issue sometimes with kind of whatever sport it is the media coverage and whether they can get enough people to watch it and just get the visibility out there. And I think obviously London 2012 was such a great show to put on. I was actually at the opening ceremony of the Paralympics, so that was a pretty amazing event, and there was a full stadium, absolutely full to capacity, and so I think it was amazing because it got that profile out there, and I think people really appreciate it, and once you can see it a little bit more often, you kind of find people that you enjoy and you follow, so it's great that the sport is getting the chance to shine.
Absolutely. The LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series has been developed not just to provide opportunities for Britain's players to get the match practice, but also to showcase the sport to the fans. And if you've been enjoying the action here and you want to keep track of it in the future, the LTA has dedicated wheelchair tennis Twitter and Facebook pages that you can follow. Lucy Shuker with her game face on here. Hunt did have some trouble on serve yesterday, so she'll be looking for the early breakthrough. We saw a lot of players get the early lead yesterday and then ride the momentum, so I'm sure she'll be looking to do the same here. I can't land my serves when there's a ball on the court either. So distracting.
I think I have to say I'm probably one of those people who does tend to leave it on the court. I'm probably lazy compared to you.
Oh dear, not good. Opening couple of points, just looking a little bit limp from Hunt. She needs to come out full energy here and not give Shuker anything to cotton onto. That was a brutally short angle. Well, watch out for that one. Lucy Shuker actually lists the drop shot and the volley as her favourite shots, so we might see a few more before this match is done. Perfect start for her. Couldn't have asked for any better than a love break.
No, she couldn't. I think she came out firing on all cylinders there. A couple of nice returns. I think she was really smart on a few of them. She went straight down the middle of Louise Hunt, really jamming her up, and then nicely used that forehand angle return. And then, like you said, using that drop shot. Hopefully we'll see a few more of those.
Unlike Jordan Wiley, who's more aggressive-minded and likes to hit big, these two, I think partly to do with their impairment, is quite similar, so there's sometimes a limitation. They're more kind of craft-oriented, and they're going to use those different looks a little bit more. So what's Hunt's game plan here? After that first game, Shuker was so unpredictable. How does she respond?
I think she has to come back with the same thing. I think obviously, like you said, they maybe don't necessarily have the power of someone like Jordan Wiley, but try and implement the court craft a little bit more, whether that be adding a little bit more height on the ball, a few more drop shots, using a few more angles like that. I think that's going to be crucial to them. I think there's different ways to win tennis matches. People have different styles, and I think both of these girls have similar styles, so it could be who can put the best on the court.
Yeah, I would say that forehand is something to look out for from Louise Hunt. There wasn't much going her way yesterday, but that off forehand, and she kept it very well disguised. The good placement, the angle, like you mentioned, was really effective.
Struggling a little bit again on the serve. Had a few problems as well yesterday. I think Jordan and Lucy were both struggling. There are a few double faults, so she'll be one of making a slightly higher percentage of first serves.
That's a big tactic in wheelchair tennis, isn't it? High and deep to the baseline so that there's less opportunity for the opponent to actually get the racket on the ball.
It's also an aggressive shot, especially to the backhand side. You're kind of giving yourself the potential to get a shorter ball.
There've been a couple of double faults here for Shuker. And if she's not careful, it might come back to bite her. Hunt with the immediate opportunity to break back. Oh, no, she says. What did she do to this forehand?
It's almost a little bit of a smash sidewindery slice sort of thing.
Advantage, Shuker.
Oh, crafty finish.
Game.
It was great control moving into the forecourt.
You can see the difference it makes when you get a first serve in. Automatically gets you on the front foot a little bit more. Could do some damage with that forehand, and then she's finished with an easy short ball up at the net.
You can tell how comfortable she is from that position in the court. It was shaky for Shuker, and on the brink, had the break back opportunity, but she upped her level in response. And it is the consolidation, so Hunt needs to put that behind her. It's gone now, and just focus on this next game. Hunt really has to be ready behind the serve. Wiley was catching her out with that a lot yesterday, just taking the returns early. She hadn't been able to adjust in time and recover.
It's tricky when you're not getting that much depth on the second serve as well. It's a shame that was a much better second serve. She managed to get it deep in the corner, but Shuker hit a great return back with great depth.
We've said it once, we've said it a million times. When your opponent is looking to get on top of the returns, there is the extra pressure to go for a bit more, and that can result in the double faults.
The pressure she's already put on with a few winners off those second serves returns makes you feel like you just have to do a touch more with those second serves than you probably would want to.
15, 14.
That's one way to respond. First ace.
4 more of those and she'd be very happy.
It was really well placed. Difficult to do that consistently. Two goods.
Shuker.
Finding the open space.
The lead's by 3 games to love.
Looking really comfortable out here, Lucy Shuker, and after this change of ends, she'll be serving to consolidate the double break. Anna, you commentated on her match yesterday against Jordan Wiley. Compare what we're seeing so far to the level she produced in that match, because she wasn't overly, or didn't seem overly happy with her level yesterday, no?
I think it is a little bit tricky to compare the two matches. I think obviously Jordan yesterday was a little bit more aggressive, causing a little bit more damage with her ground strokes. I think Lucy's been able to take the initiative a lot more in these rallies here, get on the front foot, especially off those second serve returns here. So you kind of seen the aggressive prowess rather of Lucy a little bit more today, which I think she's going to be looking to do when she heads out to the US Open.
What's happened again for Louise Hunt? The momentum has fallen away and gone to the hands of her opponent. Shuker with that really emphatic break to open, well-placed returns, got the break to love, and she hasn't really looked back. Well, up until the last moment, it looked like that serve wasn't going to catch the line. It just curved in.
Beauty of just getting a little bit of slice on that first serve.
Love.
She's got to grab onto anything now, Louise. I mean, we're still early in the first set, but Shuker's just looking so focused and going about her game so businesslike. I don't think little mistakes like that are going to crop up too often today.
She's been pretty clinical in these first 3 games, and like you said, Hunt's going to have to grab onto anything she can.
40, 15.
Oof.
Not too sure that was in, though. I think Kath Lover was being a bit generous, but...
Well, she's a kind woman.
She most definitely is.
Yeah, it was close. Maybe caught the outside edge, but it's difficult to call.
I was just about to say it's been a really good serving performance in this game so far. And then she throws in the first double fault of the game.
That's the way it goes.
Going to not think those things anymore.
Still a chance to close out the consolidation.
Game. Shuker. Shuker leads 4 games to love.
It is the 4-love lead, 2 games away from the set. So Hunt definitely needs to take this 1 point at a time and focus first and foremost on getting those first serves in, because I think the lack of them has been hurting her in the early stages here.
Massively so. I think first serve percentage is crucial. Just at least giving yourself a foothold in the rally. When you happen to hit second serves every point, you're kind of on the back foot. And it makes it tricky because Lucy's not giving you any free points, so you're definitely feeling the pressure.
Oh, what a rally. And a great finish from Hunt.
Much better use of all the angles on the court, mixing in those higher balls and then finishing it off with a great backhand cross court. Just clipping the line. Just going to want a few more of those. Little fist pump as well.
Oh, that is too good from Shuker. Haven't seen too many lobs the last couple of days, but that one was perfectly placed.
It's a good point from Hunt as well, though. Was a little bit more aggressive these first 2 points of the game. Thought it was a good move, but a great lob from Shuker.
Maybe just gotten ahead a little bit with that one.
A little bit, just didn't quite commit to the contact. I think the most important thing here is you just commit to your shots. Just looked a little bit tentative on that second serve.
15, 40.
Well, she's looking incredibly comfortable out here.
It's just really smart shot selections out here. Really good return down the middle of the court. Jams Hunt up, then uses that forehand angle.
30, 40.
Yeah, a few times she's caught her just moving in the wrong direction, and it's really difficult to make that adjustment in time to recover. Well, she does make the move in again, Hunt, just doing something a little different,
Lead by 5 games to love.
but too low on the volley. And it is the 5-love lead for Lucy Shuker. I think, I don't know if you feel this, Anna, from watching, but at times from Hunt, there just doesn't quite seem to be the energy there. She kind of looks, I don't want to use the word limp, but not fully energized during the points. Are you sensing that at all?
Yeah, touched. I think the energy or that intensity that Lucy's bringing to the court isn't quite being matched by Hunt at the moment, and I think that is quite a big difference out there. I think she needs to find a way to go up another level, raise that intensity a little bit more, bring a little bit more energy. But it's also tricky when you're 5-love down. It can be a little bit demoralizing, but there's got to be a way that to try and get a foothold. She probably will feel a little bit better if she can get that first game on the board, but it's easier said than done the way that Lucy's playing at the moment.
Well, she has been able to find her way to the forecourt a bit more recently, though, and you as a doubles player know the importance of, once you're up there, have to fully commit. You can't afford to take your foot off the gas. It's a finishing shot from up there, right?
Yeah, most definitely. You tend to find that once you actually get to the net, you tend to have an easier volley because you've hit a good approach shot. So I think it's all about commitment, but I think that's an issue just in her whole game in general. She just feels a bit tentative to me. Nothing's been quite committed to, whether that be the serve or the ground strokes. But again, it's hard when Lucy's serving that well. Finding a little bit more rhythm on that first serve, I think.
And hard when you're so far down on the head-to-head. You can't underestimate the mental battle of coming into this match, having ended up on the wrong side of the scoreline so many times previously.
Love.
It's that depth of shot so damaging from Shuker.
It's the way she's able to open the court as well. She's having to make Louise Hunt cover so much court, and it's so hard to do. Nice to see her moving forwards as well when she saw that Hunt was on the defence looking for that volley or smash.
Vault.
Well, a little bit of a taste of her own medicine there from the Hunt side of the net. And it's good to see that from her, the commitment to changing it up and giving her different looks, because the last thing she wants at the moment is to become predictable with what she's doing on court.
There's been a few too many free points on that first serve return. You want to get yourself back into the rally, at least, even if you're in a defensive position, just make them play an extra ball, especially when you're down in the score. Can't be giving away cheap points.
A couple of set points here then for Lucy Shuker. And she only needs the one. Just in absolute control out here. looking really sure of herself and what she wants to do on the court. And her reward is a 6-love opening set. I think we can trace it back to the break to love at the beginning of the match, which set the tone, which made clear what she was aiming for out here. She had a little bit of a tight time consolidating that break. Remember, Louise did have that break back point, but Shuker pulled out that shot that we weren't quite sure what it was. It might have been a half serve, it might have been a spin forehand, but whatever it was, she finished off the point and didn't really get another look in. So really strong stuff. We're going to have a chat with Lucy now. Lucy, what was the key for winning that first set in such dominant fashion?
I think I found my serve today. Always helps.
Yeah, compare it to yesterday then, your performance yesterday. What are you most pleased with in comparison besides the serve, do you think?
I think today I've found more my contact point. I've hit more width on the court, I've moved a bit better and I've struck better. So I've kind of managed to impose my game as opposed to being dominated by the other person.
Just talk a little bit about having a coach courtside, which isn't something that's necessarily something that would happen on the main tour. What kind of insight and advice are you getting between games?
It's still tennis talk actually, which is quite surprising for him. No, he's just saying stay on it, be relentless, just keep playing your way, find your serve. If it's where I've not made my first serves, he's like don't be afraid to maybe give a bit more height. So yeah, at the moment, still good tennis talk from him.
What about going into set 2 then? What's the game plan?
I think much of the same. Stay on it, mentally stay with it, and enjoy it. We're here to enjoy playing tennis again and playing in a competitive environment.
Absolutely. Well, we're enjoying watching you. Thank you.
Cheers.
Nice and relaxed from Lucy Shuker. She has every right to be. She's looked in the driver's seat from the word go, and there was that little moment of uncertainty in the second game of the set. But other than that, Louise Hunt really hasn't had a look in. So game plan doesn't change for Shuker, but what happens for Hunt here?
I think she needs to cut down a lot on the unforced errors. I think there have been far too many times where she's given away sloppy points. I think there needs to be an increase in that first serve percentage as well. I think she's getting into the rallies and she's in a defensive position straight away. I think we saw a few occasions there when she's managed to get on the front foot a little bit more in the rally. She's done well. I think it's just a case of trying to get that first strike in, which she hasn't really done often enough in that first set.
Once again, she's just not quite ready for the response that comes from that return, and Shuker looking so comfortable with the placement that she's putting on those comebacks.
She's not quite hitting her spots on the first serve. It's hard, even though you're making first serves, if you're hitting it right in the slot, you're giving a easy forehand to Shuker.
That angle's just too good. And she's looking really comfortable off both wings so far today, Shuker. There's no obvious weakness on the forehand or backhand side.
No, she really is. And what's nice to see is that she's being aggressive, giving herself big margins as well. So she can really go after those forehands and backhands.
And obviously the pressure is on Hunt to go for that little bit more. And it wasn't really the position to do that there. She was forced far back in the court. Once again, opening service game of a set and love 40 deficit. Dangerous times. That'll do. She does carry on where she left off, and you've got to give her a round of applause for that, because it's easier said than done. There is the mentality of that set's wrapped up, and it doesn't matter whether you've won it 7-6 or 6-love. It's still just one set, and that's behind you. If Hunt can get going in the second set, would be going to a match tiebreak, and that's anyone's game. So actually it is quite difficult when you've rolled through an opening set to carry on that momentum.
It's very easy for your mentality and your intensity to drop off a little bit, especially if you've had a relatively comfortable first set, or even if you've had a tricky one. You know, maintaining that focus and concentration is huge.
Oh, that's a nice one. Just finding an opening. Shuker not fully closed in there.
You can see what she can actually do when she's able to get into those rallies and not give away those 3 points.
At this point in the match, with her position on the scoreboard, should she be going for the big returns, or is that too risky?
That's a good question. I think it's trying to find the right blend between not being too passive and letting Lucy dictate the points, which she has been doing, but then also not being too aggressive and making errors, because then you're giving 3 points away. There has to be that blend between trying to be aggressive and actually dominate a little bit more, because at the moment she is being dominated, but then also not going for too much. So there's got to be a fine line between the two, and I think there's a few occasions where I'd like to see her be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, the triple bounce as she drops it short, Shuker, and it's following a similar kind of rhythm to that first set where she broke to love to open and then was in a little bit of a sticky situation as she looked to consolidate. And in the previous set, Hunt wasn't able to take her chances, but if she can alter the script here, could change the whole outlook of the set. Big points at 30 all. The lob again. She'd done the hard work there, Hunt.
She had. I thought she could maybe have done a little bit more with that approach shot, but I feel like the rallies are a little bit more, they're a little bit closer. They're a little bit more competitive in these opening exchanges. Don't know whether she's finding her rhythm a little bit more, but she's making Shuker work for those points rather than what she was doing in the first set.
There's the angle on the forehand. One of her big weapons. Keeping it so short as well. Difficult for her opponent to get underneath it. Well, once again, a break point chance in the second game of the set. Good commitment after she got lobbed at 30 all.
serve. Game Hunt.
Here we go then.
Game all, second set.
Could this get close now?
Absolutely. I don't see why not. I think Hunt started the second set a lot better, making a lot more balls, being a little bit more aggressive. Maybe she can breathe a sigh of relief now that she's got a game on the scoreboard. It's always funny. I've always found that in matches I've played, even if I've sort of been heavily down on the scoreboard, as soon as you get that first game under your belt, you're able to relax and start playing your game a little bit more and be a little freer. So it'll be interesting to see whether Hunt can open the shoulders a little bit more and go for her shots a little bit more.
Because it is such a mental sport. It's a sport of momentum swings, right? It only takes 2 or 3 points to completely swing the pendulum in your direction.
Definitely, and especially with the scoring format the way it is, she knows mentally that all she's got to do is find a way to get through this first set, or second set rather, and then it's a match tiebreak to decide it, and that's anyone's.
Has to be careful here though. Shuker's got right back to work, getting that first point of the game on the board, which is a setter of the tone. And when she follows it up with placement like that on the return, it's pretty brutal. Can she be doing anything differently on those serves?
Just trying to hit her spots a little bit better. Occasionally she's guilty of just hitting it into the slot of those forehands and backhands, and does make it tricky when Shuker's timing the ball so well. Again, you see what happens when she hits it into that slot on the forehand. She's hitting it a couple of feet with inside the baseline, having to hit half volleys, and those are the trickiest shots you have to play.
No, she stopped herself nicely, Shuker, to get that slice backhand deep into the court and turn the tables once again. And responds in style to Hunt breaking back. 3 breaks of serve in a row in this second set. You've got to credit Hunt. I mean, she's been committed. It's been such a hard bit of work for her on serve yesterday and today. Nothing really seems to be effective, but I'm sure it's a situation where you feel like you want to drop your racket and leave the court when those returns keep coming back at you, but she keeps lining up. We haven't seen any real show of frustration from her. She's been staying composed and just taking each point as it comes, but really, Lucy Shuker is proving a wall to get past.
It's just a case of hanging tough as much as she possibly can. And if Lucy is able to maintain her level throughout the whole match, then you have to hold your hands up and say too good. But you've just got to be ready to take whatever chances you can. She did really well in that previous game to get a break back. But it's just a case of trying to compose yourself again here and do whatever you can to make it tough, at least for Lucy, to hold her service game here. I think she's playing a little bit better in this second set, a little bit more aggressive, getting into the rallies a little bit more, so hopefully she's taken some confidence from that.
Looking to consolidate for the first time in this second set, Shuker. Effortlessly done.
When you hit such a good second serve, and you get the short ball though, makes life a lot easier, and then she can just knock away those short balls.
Hasn't missed many of them. She's looks really controlled when she's scooping the ball into the back edge of the court, often hitting the baseline.
T15. Ball. T15.
Just didn't quite have the timing on the final forehand. But Shuker knows exactly what she's doing out here. She's quite an intimidating presence on court. You don't get much out of her. The face doesn't really change. The body language is really positive. She's very strong moving in. As if that scoreboard wasn't top heavy enough. And really having to scrap to stay in this one now. It is just the one break here. She just needs to focus on each point as it comes. Forget about the overall scoreboard. Because as things stand, Lucy Shuker very much dominating.
She really is. I think Hunt's just got to find ways to get through service games, hold on to those as any way she can, and then see if she can find a way to get into the Shuker service game. I do feel like she's dropped off in concentration just a touch, and this last sort of 4 or 5 points, a few of those sloppy errors are creeping back into her game, which they weren't necessarily in those first 3 games of this first set.
It's so easy to do, isn't it? A tennis match is so long.
It really is. It's tough to keep that focus every single point. There's going to be ebbs and flows in the match. It's just trying to minimize those as much as you possibly can, and unfortunately for Hunt today, there's been a few too many of them.
Well, it's a half chance at 30-15. She's been put under so much pressure in her service games. Great touch.
There's that famous drop shot, her favourite shot that she says, putting it into good effect. Just such a smart play. Could see that Hunt was so far behind the baseline. Smart play to hit it short.
.40.
30-15 ever so quickly becomes 30-40. Moves fast. Shuker hasn't flinched. Oh, what a moment to bring that out.
I think that's the best backhand of the match from her. And what a time to do it.
One of the best backhands of the past couple of days, I think. Take a look at this. Right in line. Great connection there. Oh, back to back, deep backhands. And still Shuker won't let her hold. That is a little bit cruel after the quality of the last couple of points. That's the mark of a champion, though. Just getting all those key points in your pocket.
It's got to be ruthless. Don't want to give your opponent a sniff. And that's what happens when you keep being ruthless over a sustained period of time. That pressure builds, and then you get those 3 points. And all of a sudden she's got another break point to get that double break.
And these are really key moments in this match for Hunt. Well, you understand why she did put that one in the middle of the box. She couldn't afford to miss that second serve. It was her lifeline. But Shuker once again right on top of it. 6-love, 4-1 double break. Is that enough, or does she need this consolidation here, do you think?
Tough question, but I think the way that she's playing, I don't see there being any way back for Hunt unless something drastically changes. I think Shuker is very much in the zone. She's got a clear idea of what she's doing and is really playing well out there and doing exactly what her coach is wanting from her. And I don't think these new balls are going to help either. Going to fly through the air a little bit quicker, so it's going to help the server and the person who's being more aggressive.
Not a huge fan of the new balls, are you, when
No,
you're serving?
No, I'm not. Probably because I had a bit of a milk float first serve, so it didn't really help me too much. But no, I lost a little bit of control with those new balls, so give me old fluffy ones any day of the week.
A reminder of the LTA system that was launched in wheelchair tennis yesterday, explaining para-sport classifications. All these players in the open division can learn more about that at lexi.global. What do you say if you're a coach at this changeover?
More of the same, please. Pretty much. I don't think there's too much that needs to be said.
I'll go get a coffee.
Yeah, a nice little coffee and a little chocolate brownie maybe. But no, I think the coach has got to be extremely pleased with what he's seen so far. I think she's executed her game plan very well, minus sort of a one-game blip. I think she's put what they've been working on onto the court. Obviously yesterday she wasn't able to dictate a lot of the points, but today really stepped up, and I think she'll be very pleased with her performance.
Well, that's a great way to start. Really is all or nothing now for Louise Hunt.
I think Hunt got away with it there. I think she hit it straight back to Shuker. She had the full open court to hit into. I think she sort of tried to double bluff her a little bit, and Shuker read it.
Yeah, she had too much time on her hands there, you felt. Sorry.
Almost. I don't think she thought she was going to miss that. And you can see there, I think she's a little bit annoyed with herself.
Yes, another one of those 3 points that you were referring to, and she's got a little bit of breathing space for it here, but it does show you what's been hurting Hunt in this match.
I think it's something an area that she really needs to look to improve on. I think she's built a little bit of momentum. Like we said in commentary yesterday, those first 2 points of a game are crucial. And then you've gone away and hit 2 unforced errors and kind of nullified the momentum. It's all about trying to keep that pressure on, and that's just something that Lucy's done a lot better today than Louise has.
Smart shot choice. Hunt off the screen.
See it coming from a mile off.
Well, she's got an open court and Hunt's nowhere to be seen. Might as well give her the hardest task possible. There's no way she was getting up to that.
No, she wasn't. Incredible way she just opened the court and then was so smart. Just hitting it into that open space nice and short, so Hunt didn't stand a chance.
Once again, it's some response from Shuker. Love 30, a precarious situation really. There were half chances for Louise Hunt, but she finds a way to work it back into her favour. Her focus has been really good today, just consistently going back to what's been working. And we've seen a lot of variety from her as well. She's been using the far reaches of the court and executing the drop shot a little bit. Oh, nicely done. Notice the wind's been picking up a bit. I wondered if that might hurt the players, but they've actually seemed to be serving better since it got a bit more breezy, so that's an interesting one. Back to the business of killing returns.
Another one of those return winners that's been a huge part of the match. It'll be interesting to see how many there have been off those second serves. There it is again.
So comfortable and self-assured, Lucy Shuker, and when that keeps happening, it's difficult to know what to do.
Absolutely. I think the good thing for her is that it almost looks like it's within herself. It's not kind of like she's redlining on those returns. You feel like she can repeat it over and over again.
Oh, but another of those from Louise Hunt. Couple in this game. When that return comes a little bit shorter, this is what she's able to do. Great use of the angle and catching her opponent off balance.
Smart playing back behind as well. Hitting into the space, and it's tricky to get back for that.
That's a shame though. We've seen a few 30-all points recently, big points that have all gone the way of Lucy Shuker, and this time it conjures up a match point opportunity. Fittingly finished with a drop shot. Her favourite shot, Lucy Shuker, but she had quite a few to choose from today. Really good in all departments. High quality on the serve, on the return. Oh, she couldn't have played much better on it.
Don't think she could. I think she's going to be delighted with that clinical performance from the first point to the last. Nice to see the variety she brought to her game, and again, just didn't give too many free points away, and you know, there was no way that Hunt could get into that match no matter what she did.
Yeah, looking at the stats there. Second serve points won, just the one for Louise Hunt, which shows you just how much Shuker was getting on top of that and taking advantage.
And also the amount of break points created from Shuker's side, 10 break points in comparison to the 1 from Hunt. If we look at the total points won as well, over double. You could see how dominant Shuker was.
Yeah, she really stamped her authority on this match, and it does mean that she gets a singles win in her pocket, but overall at the end of round-robin singles action, it is the British number ones, Alfie Hewitt and Jordan Wiley, that got the 2 singles wins and asserted their positions as the top players in the country at the moment. They'll be feeling comfortable heading off to the US Open next week. That kicks off for the wheelchair tennis event on September 10th. So we'll be keeping track of those results with interest. If you've been enjoying following along, you can keep track of all the latest wheelchair tennis action and results via the LTA's dedicated wheelchair tennis Twitter and Facebook pages, so get following those. We're not done here though, we've got a couple of doubles matches to finish things off. Next up it'll be Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed joining up for the umpteenth time. And they'll be on court shortly to take on Rob Cross and Mark McCarroll, who's in as a replacement for Dermot Bailey. And then to round things off at the end of the day, we'll have Lucy Shuker back on court alongside Jordan Wiley, and they'll be facing Louise Hunt and Mark McCarroll. But Shuker can well smile about this victory. Nice and straightforward, really well executed in all departments from her. She'll be hoping to make a mark at future Grand Slams. We've seen the quality that she's capable of. Her best results in singles so far at the majors. Semi-final runs at the Australian Open twice and the French Open just the once. The upcoming US Open, her career best result is a quarter-final, which she made on 3 occasions in 2013, 2015 and 2017. Her career has spanned a fair while now. She's picked up some great results, but I'm sure she'd love to get that bit deeper at the US Open and other slams. So we'll watch her progress with interest. Don't know if she knows she's got a post-match interview, but at some point she'll be having a chat with Anne-Marie Batson to reflect on that result, if she can remember it by the time she gets there. She says she's coming, just taking her time. Don't want to take too much time. It's getting really chilly out there. Not quite the still summer day that we had yesterday, but it's September in the UK. We can't complain. And here we go. Time to hear from our champion, our winner in this final singles match of the competition, Lucy Shuker, speaking to Anne-Marie Batson.
Through that first set. Congratulations. How was that first set for you?
Yeah, it was much better than yesterday. I felt I could impose my game a little bit better. I think I bought some serves today than I did yesterday, so it always helps. So yeah, much better today.
Good stuff. You and I spoke yesterday and you talked about taking up kayaking for the first time. depending on what your schedule's like over the next few weeks or months, I know you've got the US Open. Is that something you're looking to continue doing?
Yeah, it's just for fun. I'm really wobbly on the water. I'm wobbly anyway in life, but it's so calming and so peaceful. It's just really nice to get away and do something different. And we've had such a beautiful weather, so to be out in the sunshine, I loved it.
Oh, fair enough. Speaking of schedule, of course, we've got the US Open. It's not too far away now. Has these matches that you've played here the last couple of days, has it given you an idea of where your level is at, or is there more work to do?
Yeah, I think the LTA and Kirsty have put on a great event. I think we all, appreciate having match play. We've not had it for 6 months, unless it's been friendlies, when we've been training. So yeah, loved being here, back at the National Tennis Centre, which is lovely. The weather's been good, so it's given us, valuable kind of benchmark to see what we need to improve, maybe for a few final changes just before going to the Open.
So is there any homework for you over the next few days?
It's always homework. Work's never done, is it?
No, that's true, that's true. Final question for you. You're back for the doubles later. What can we expect?
Hopefully some good tennis. Be nice to be back on court with Geordie, playing against her fiancé.
I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, so I'm sure I might have a target on me now and again, but that's fine. Let's hopefully get some good doubles tennis, volleys, drop shots, maybe some angles. So yeah.
Great, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
There's Lucy Shuker getting a singles win on the board in preparation for her campaign at the US Open next week. We wish her all the best for that. So singles action over, but doubles still to come. We'll be here shortly with Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid taking on Rob Cross and Mark McCarroll. We'll see you then. Welcome to the first of our two doubles clashes here at the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series, which features one of the most high-profile wheelchair tennis doubles teams in the world. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed faced off in singles action earlier, but they'll be putting that rivalry to the sidelines as they prepare for their US Open doubles campaign next week with a match here against Rob Cross and Mark McCarroll. Abigail Johnson here, and alongside me, it's only right that I have a doubles player in Anna Smith. Looking forward to some doubles, Anna.
I really am. I think this should be an interesting matchup. I saw Alfie and Gordon play last year at the Fever Tree Championships, and I was so impressed with what they brought to the court. So I can't wait for this match to get underway.
Yeah, there's a reason that they are currently ranked world number 1 and 2 in the world in doubles. Hewitt nabbing the top spot and Reed just alongside him. They have tons of experience playing side by side on the doubles court and major titles to show for it. They'll be gunning for their 4th US Open title in a row. That's some feat. A lot of players won't even win 4 titles at the same Grand Slam, let alone on the trot. How difficult is it to have that sort of consistency?
It's hugely impressive. I think that they've shown over the years what a formidable pairing they are. They've obviously got the lefty-righty combination as well, which adds to the dynamic. But they just bring so much intensity and aggression to the court that they're really tough to beat.
You know, it's not limited to those US Open titles for them. They've also won a hat-trick of Wimbledon titles in 2016, 2017 and 2018. And you can see at the bottom of the screen there the Lexi graphic. Lexi's the system which explains para-sport classification. All players competing here at the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series are part of the Open Division. You should head to lexi.global to find out more about that. But the first of this afternoon's doubles matches perfectly showcases tennis as a fully inclusive sport. We just had the top 3 ranked British men contesting this event and seeking valuable match practice, obviously ahead of the return to international competition. But as we just had the 3 of them, initially it was Rob Cross, who's the LTA Wheelchair Performance head coach, who'd stepped in to take part in this doubles match. He was going to be partnering Dermot Bailey, who contested 2 singles matches yesterday, but Bailey's been injured and unable to compete today, so it is Mark McCarroll who is partnering Rob Cross. McCarroll, fiancé to Jordan Wiley. Apparently he proposed to her at Wimbledon last year. No better place to do it. It's obviously the most prestigious stop on tour. And so this should turn out to be an interesting clash and really important for Hewitt and Reed. When they've played with each other so much and are so comfortable with each other in each other's games, does it matter how much preparation they have ahead of a slam? Do they still need that match practice, or is it not quite as essential?
I think it's always ideal to try and get as much match practice with your partner as they can, but obviously they know each other so incredibly well. They know their games. They almost know exactly what the other person's going to do on the court. So even if they only get 1 match to practice before the US Open, I think they'll be fine. You know, I think they're still going to be a tough one to beat, and they're going to be the favourites.
It's McCarroll on the near side of the screen here. He was a semi-pro footballer but was injured in a car accident and first tried wheelchair tennis back in 2005 at the Spinal Unit Games at Stoke Mandeville. And so alongside him on his feet there is Rob Cross, the LTA Wheelchair Performance head coach. So I'm not sure if he'll be trying to coach McCarroll during this match. I'm not sure if he'd appreciate it mid-game, but maybe they'll have some chats at the changeover.
To the left of the chair, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed. To the right of the chair, Mark McCarroll, Rob Cross. Hewitt and Reed on the toss. Goes to serve.
McCarroll himself is a coach, currently the LTA's Wheelchair Tennis National Age Group Program coach. He works with 12 young players selected to that group in May. During his playing career, he won 16 singles and 37 doubles titles. They really rack up these doubles titles, the British players. They've got quite the number under their belt, all of them. Gordon Reed has 67 in total on the doubles court. Hewitt has 40. And Alfie Hewitt, remember, only 22 years old, so he's already done a lot at such a young age on both the singles and doubles court. It's Gordon Reed here on the screen. Wasn't quite able to come out on top against Alfie Hewitt in the first match of the day. It was a really tight one, which accurately reflects the quality of both of them and how well they know each other. It can be so difficult when you're up against someone whose game style you know so well. There are no secrets, everything's out in the open, and it really does just come down to who plays those key points better.
It really does. I think it's just who executes on the day, and obviously they've played each other so many times over the years. They're good friends, and it can be tricky, but you just got to be professional and go out there and do their job, and hopefully now they can have some fun on the same side of the net.
Well, the US Open takes place next week for wheelchair tennis, kicking off on September 10th. New York really does feel like another world at the moment. There's been a real bubble created here at the National Tennis Center in Roehampton over the past few weeks. We've seen a number of events staged here. The Battle of the Brits events headed up by Jamie Murray and the LTA, and also the British Tour events. We've got another one of them coming up at the weekend, and so many opportunities for athletes who've been sidelined for a period of months to get back on court and get competitive match practice in a secure environment. They've worked really hard here to make this as safe and controlled as possible.
Set. Happy Hewitt to serve. Ready, play. Team love.
I think a bit of a smile there, starting off with an ace.
I think it was a little bit of a hit and a miss from McCarroll. Going to blame the dodgy bounces on those nice flat hard courts.
Nice combination there. I guess in doubles you want to get as many of those quick finishes as possible, a strong first serve, and then the net players up at the front to block off the response. Oh, well rallied. Oh, are they still going?
Wow.
That was one heck of a rally. I was going to say any time this year, guys.
I think that's the longest rally we've had combined in all the points we've seen so far.
Ridiculous stuff. Rob Cross was really testing out the consistency there, Hewitt and Reed, just seeing how long they could go at it. Just a little note on why I was caught out during that rally that seemed to last as long as 2020 itself. Obviously, the one rule difference in wheelchair tennis is the double bounce. As long as the first bounce is within the confines of the court, you are allowed a double bounce, which means that these players are really getting stretched out, but they're responding. Maybe the strain of the previous rally is taking its toll a bit there. And the pressure applied. Early danger. Just took a bit of a swipe at that, Hewitt. Didn't have to go for quite so much, I don't think.
No, I think he was looking to be pretty aggressive there. I like the idea of it, but just didn't give himself quite the big enough target. And we took it on the half volley as well. It's hard to get the timing. But I'm really enjoying the communication between the two of Alfie and Gordon. You can really hear every point. I think it's mainly coming from Alfie. He's always saying whose ball it is. It's not often you hear that.
And sometimes you see why it should be the case. We've seen many clashed rackets and players going for the same ball, and that communication in doubles is the most key thing. If you're not in sync with each other, it's not going to go well.
Yeah, it really is.
You could see him trying to play with the length of the court there, but it was a difficult shot to go for.
You can see he was trying to come forward and maybe hit a little drop shot, but it was tricky when the ball's dipping at your feet.
Well, he injected some real pace into that cross-court forehand. A little bit of impatience, maybe, from Hewitt. No one wants a slow start to a match. I don't think it was a slow start from Hewitt and Reed. They just got outlasted in a couple of key rallies. And they're certainly getting their teeth right back into it in this game.
I think all players have come out all guns blazing here. We've seen some great rallies already. They all seem to be striking the ball nicely in long rallies and incredible court coverage so far.
Here's the chance to get the immediate break back and stop the opposing team from building any sort of momentum. Not this time. Carroll to Reed in that exchange. Actually, the biggest career title that McCarroll won during his career was the South Africa Open in 2012, where he actually beat Gordon Reed. So he's had some success against him in the past.
Advantage, Reed. Juice.
Oh. It was a great angle from Hewitt and Reed to force McCarroll out wide, and they're really getting tested here.
They really are. It's been a brilliant start to the match from both pairs. The way they're using the angle and every inch of the court to test each other's movement, test each other's shot selection has been great to watch.
Oh, he found a gap that didn't even look like it was there.
I'm not quite sure how he managed to get it past Gordon. Didn't think there was space there, but it was an off forehand with Gordon approaching. Just took it nice and early and managed to squeeze it inside that outside tram line.
That's one for the highlights reel.
And another one for the highlights reel. What a drop shot volley. Picked it up off his feet.
Yeah, held so firm. He deserves a smile at that one. 2 brutal points from Mark McCarroll. So he decides to be a little bit kinder.
Let them back in, give them a bit of a sniff.
Got him as he was backing off.
Advantage, McCarroll.
I think the sign of 2 great coaches on the near court here. It might not be what Hewitt and Reed want, but it's what they need to get them ready for the US Open. Just put them through their paces, make them hit as many balls as possible.
It is. They're not getting any free points, having to work for every single thing out there. These two in the picture know exactly what they're doing.
Fault. Fault. Juice. Fault. Fault.
Well, this is the first time McCarroll's playing this week, and probably for a little bit of time, so I think we can allow him a few double faults, but he doesn't really want them coming back to back. That's when they're more costly. Different when there's kind of one or two of them here and there.
Smarter on that first serve, just kicked it in, got it back into play, and at least made Hewitt and Reed play another shot.
Advantage McCarroll.
We've seen matches that have been shorter than the second game.
We really have. I wonder how many juice advantages we've had so far.
I wish I'd been keeping track.
It's got to be at least sort of 7 or 8 maybe.
I think we're getting near that number if we're not there yet.
Right, smile from Mark there.
I think he's doing it deliberately. It's
I
all
think
part of the plan.
I think so too. Wear them out.
Net, 10 points.
It happens. McCarroll just wants to make this game last as long as possible.
Just to add to the drama a little bit.
Fault. Juice.
And on we go.
I think we need to get ready for the long haul. We might be here a while at this rate.
Fault.
Now that's just generous.
Advantage Reed.
Clearly a nice guy, Mark McCarroll.
Game. Hewitt Reed.
Well, they finally get the breakthrough. They really had to go through their paces to get that. But they can laugh about it.
They definitely can though, made to work hard for that.
Gordon Reed to serve.
Check out the angle on that.
Almost bounced back over the other side of the net. The touch was incredible.
Unreal. Bet he's regretting being so generous now. Ooh.
Fractionally deep. Nice move forward though.
Applying the pressure. Three-time defending champions of the US Open. Just warming into this now, you feel.
Good serve. Just managed to get it out of reach of the net player. I think Alfie thought he might have a smash to win the point. Just got it over his head.
Well, they were targeting McCarroll, looking for the error, and eventually they put him in a really uncomfortable position. Chance to get the first hold of the match. Not if Rob Cross has anything to do with it. Not missing today.
Don't think he's hit one on Forster, yeah.
I was thinking the same. Really solid. Which makes sense as to why they're going back towards McCarroll so much and trying to draw the error from him. Having to really grind him down though.
Cross.
Oh, that's some angle. 3 breaks in a row. And Reed and Hewitt are really being forced to rally and struggling at times to know how to finish things off. McCarroll, meanwhile, finding spaces that sometimes don't seem to be there.
He really has. He's come out all guns blazing so far in these first 3 games. Forehand doing a lot of damage, and then that slice backhand as well. They're not getting too many free points from the combination of McCarroll and Cross. making it tough up there, really testing their movement. They're going to have to keep applying the pressure if they want to find any errors from this pair.
Well, some sets we've seen the last couple of days, I think, have genuinely been shorter than those opening 3 games of this match. It's been a testing opener. Now, you mentioned previously Hewitt and Reed, lefty-righty combo. You're a right-hander. What do you think a left-hander brings to the table in a partnership?
I think it's good because you have that combination, especially on the serve. You're not giving the opponents the same read on a serve. You've obviously got the swinger on the ad side from the lefty and slider down the tee, which is something that, you know, obviously as a righty I can't bring. So they're never getting the same look on those returns. So I think that's a huge thing. Obviously, depending on which side of the court you're playing on, you're kind of bringing both forehands into play, which tends to be people's strongest shots. So it's hard to find weaknesses. So there's many different reasons why a lefty-righty combination works. Just over-pressing a little bit on that forehand. That's what happens when you're not getting any free points. You feel like you just have to start doing a little bit too much when you kind of don't have to.
Oh, they left the court open. Both of them tried to chase that one down.
Such a smart play from McCarroll. The way he used every inch of the court, was able to open it up and then get that volley into the space. Such a smart play, and we might, I don't want to jinx it, have a fairly comfortable hold.
Well, you didn't jinx it after all. There we go, love holds. That came out of nowhere, but Rob Cross has brought stellar consistency to this match so far. And it's not going to be all about the final score for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed. It's about getting that match practice and getting that tough testing ahead of the US Open, which is a massive event for them.
Yeah, it really is. Obviously, they're defending champions, and they're going to want to be trying to do everything possible to keep that streak going. And like you said, irrespective of the outcome here, it's just about getting time on court together under match conditions.
And the returner's putting the pressure on to go for that extra bit more on the serve.
I think that could be the first error we've seen Cross hit in this whole entire match so far.
Yeah, that was a much needed quick couple of cheap points off the serve. At love 30 down, it could have gone very wrong very quickly, but still a half chance.
Not sure that necessarily came out of the middle of the racket, but he'll take it.
I think the aim was to whack it away with disdain. We'll see more than a couple of them from Hewitt. Not that time.
Could hear the anguish from McCarroll. He had that whole tram line to aim into, but just rushed it a little bit. It was such a good point apart from that.
Roller reversal. Often Hewitt and Reed have been outlasted out here so far today, but a game point on the racket.
Another unfortunate double fault, and timing of it as well. A couple of times he's double faulted on game point for them. All that hard work going to waste.
And gave him a lot of height on that volley. Got to keep those passes low, right?
You really do. Don't want to give the volleyer a high forehand volley. Makes it tricky and gives them a chance to be a lot more aggressive. Poor Alfie gets the first serve here. I'm in for another one of those epic service games again here.
Would you have gone with the slice on that one that McCarroll used, or would you have given it a bit more clearance over the net?
If I could, I probably would have tried to give it a little bit more height over the net, give yourself a little bit more margin. What a return.
Spotted the opening.
Reed moved a fraction too early. And McCarroll saw in his peripherals and was able to direct that slice into the open court down the line.
Yeah, he had the depth.
And that angle, just out of McCarroll's reach. so important to get the width on the court. I think sometimes people can get too focused on depth, but if you don't use the width, it makes life tricky.
Advantage, Hewitt.
Oh, just caught that. Struggled to see whether that had clipped the baseline, but he finds the back edge of it. They look like they're having a good time anyway, even if they are down on the scoreboard.
I think so. I think they're just enjoying getting back on court together in a match situation.
On the opportunities to finish off, that serve just hasn't been there at all. And that's something that is completely on his racket. McCarroll and Cross, though, they have been so consistent, so that does apply some pressure. It's more like it.
Advantage, Hewitt.
Like the intent with the moving up the court. Nice and strong finish from Reed.
Smart direction with the volley as well. Just putting it away from McCarroll into the open space. Great use of the width again. Getting Gordon out of his comfort zone. Making him hit a lob that's just gone deep of the baseline. Oh, don't know if that was out. I thought it might have just clipped the back edge of the line, but they'll take it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. He took it really early, Reed, so it's hard to say. Great ball striking. Oh, it was a great pickup from McCarroll, but Reed uses the time on the ball to execute another ridiculous angle. And in a key moment as well to hang on to that game. We're really going to have to start counting the number of deuces in the games, because I feel like there were about 50 in that one, but it can't quite have been that many, surely.
We're definitely into double figures over both games so far. They're not making it easy for these guys to hold on to their serves.
Job done. Now they've got an opportunity to dig into this return game, Hewitt and Reed. 7 Grand Slam titles as a pair, but also doubles silver at Rio 2016. They'll have the sights set on Tokyo next year as well. Obviously, the suspension meaning it's nudged back a year.
Time.
Well, how good was the control on that volley?
So impressive. It kept going away from McCarroll. You could see him getting there as fast as he could, but it was just out of reach. I think it almost took him into the side fence.
McCarroll might be feeling it a bit. That was a really well-constructed point. Reed is really showcasing his ability out here in the forecourt, the touch that he has, the control that he has. Finds another of those angles. I don't know if McCarroll was waiting for that first serve to be called long, but you have to be ready for the ball to come back. And they did get themselves into the rally. Well, at the beginning of this one, you got the feeling that Cross and McCarroll could just rally all day and keep going and not miss, but we are seeing them break down a little bit more now. Hewitt and Reed finding their stride. Long look at that mark.
I think he's trying to claim that he can see a mark, which, to be fair, on these hard courts you can. Whether he's picked the right one or not is another matter.
Oh, he finishes off anyway. I was going to make a really terrible pun. There's only one mark on this court. Mark McCarroll.
And I can see the tumbleweed going past right now.
Oh dear. Now Louise Hunt was a fantastic one for the puns. Hunting for the game, hunting for the set.
That is true. I didn't actually notice when you were bringing those out. I have to say I missed a trick
not
there.
Not today actually, it was yesterday that I had
right.
the Louise Hunt ones going. Here we go, they're getting going now, Hewitt and Reed back on serve and looking for the consolidation here.
The communication between the pair is just so good. Constantly letting everyone know who's going to take the ball. You is always my favourite word when I play doubles.
Oh!
What a volley.
How does he do it?
I'm not quite sure. High backhand volley is the hardest shot in the game, and just got this incredible side spin.
I think after this match they need a highlights reel purely of Gordon Reed and Mark McCarroll at the net, because they've executed some brilliant angles.
Yeah, they really do. I've been so impressed with them. Great touch and imagination as well. The shots that they've gone for, not everyone would see those.
finds the way past him.
40-30.
Reed looking more and more comfortable up front. Quickly over to that one.
Game.
Casually swatted away.
They lead 4 games to 3, first set.
And they are out in front, Hewitt and Reed, for the first time in this match. Heading into this changeover. Cross and McCarroll looked like they wouldn't be broken down, but the world number 1 and 2 finding their way through. Must be pretty surreal to think that they'll be off to New York next week. It feels another world from where we are here in Roehampton at the moment, and obviously for a while there was conversation about whether there would be any tennis in New York, full stop. It's been months of uncertainty, and so that's why the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series has been such a great opportunity, even for those not heading off to New York, an opportunity to train for something, to get match practice in. And you know, the future's still uncertain with the international circuit, but at least they've had something to aim for here.
It really is. Sometimes it can be tough just to train for training's sake. It's always good to have a target. And obviously, like you said, for so long, they haven't really had any idea where they're going to get the next competitive fix of tennis from. And obviously an event like this, for them to be able to get onto the match court again and have something to look forward to and prepare for next week, with obviously the US Open coming up and the French Open after that, is huge for them. Gives them extra motivation and extra incentive.
Well, they'll be looking to build a little bit of momentum here now, Hewitt and Reed, having won the last couple of games. The communication with that was there on the Hewitt Reed side of the net, but it was McCarroll with the finish.
Wasn't quite the right shot selection, I don't think. Maybe it would have been better just going lob down the line instead. Got them back in the rally, and McCarroll put away the volley nicely.
Well, he came in quickly behind that return, Alfie Hewitt. Made his presence known.
Something that this pair have been doing a lot more, I think, from 3-1 down. We've noticed that they're really trying to attack at the net a little bit more. Initially in those first 3 or 4 games, I felt like they were quite keen to stay at the baseline. And I'm not sure that's their game style. I think both of them are aggressive players and want to come forward when they get the chance. And we're seeing how successful they can be when they do that.
That's your
15-30 is always a half chance, particularly in a match as close as this one. They at least wanted to make them rally there. Oh, once again, the touch is just glorious. So much control on this. gently taps it. Letting it rebound off his strings for a break point. And there it is.
Nearly 5 games to 3 first set.
From 3-1 down to 5-3 up, and Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed will serve for the opening set, which, to be fair, looked a little bit unlikely at 3-1 down. They were having to work really hard for every single point.
It has been an impressive turnaround since 3-1. You did feel like they were struggling in those rallies a little bit. And then all of a sudden, I think they changed their game style just a touch, try to be a little bit more aggressive, get forward a little bit more. And I think that's been the difference. I know Gordon missed that volley there, but I think it's been one of the defining tactics of this first set, getting forward and using those volleys. Couple of sloppy points here though. When you're 5-3 up and serving for it, you don't want to be giving away cheap points. You want to make your opponents work for it.
I guess when you've had to work so far hard even to get yourself into this position, there might be that element of wanting to rush to quickly get it in the bag before the opponents can come back. But these two have kind of helped to put themselves down this deficit here. The white card there.
Great use of height on that final shot as well. Bounced out of McCarroll's reach and into the back fence. Another break point saved in fine style.
Interesting call.
Did you think it was out?
It was a close one.
I thought that was actually inside the line.
Okay, give it to them. I
was
wouldn't
gonna
want
say
to be in the chair.
You've got younger eyes than me, so maybe you're right.
2 saved, 1 to go. Oh, well rallied, catching the back edge. And Reed and Hewitt not panicking as they were forced backwards and forwards during that exchange. Drops right at the last second.
Frustrating error. They've done so well to get it back from love 40. To give away a cheap point like that, they'll be a little bit annoyed. You could hear Hewitt groan. In fact, it didn't quite make that backhand cross court.
Oh, the angle again, the high backhand volley, which is so difficult to execute. Gotta think the hearts of these two must have leapt a few times, because some of these shots are dropping at the last moment to find the court, but they know what they're doing out here.
So impressive on such a big point as well. Probably the hardest shot in the book.
Well, these two coaches have brought the training session to the match court, that's for sure.
Alfie and Gordon are definitely going to be match fit after this. They've had to cover every single inch of this court out here.
Second serve. Juice.
Not letting go. Positioning around that was really good. Nice disguise, could have sent that any which way.
Smart play taking it on the second bounce as well. I think he thought about taking it on the first one and then knew that he'd be in a better position if he just waited.
Advantage. Cross.
Well, that double fault was an issue for Hewitt earlier on. Don't want it cropping up again now as they try and close this one out. Life's tough enough out here.
Fault. Out. Game. McCarroll cross.
Well, they don't get across the line this time.
Against the four, first set.
Just a spattering too many errors from Hewitt and Reed as McCarroll and Cross make them work. Not giving them an easy set here. Back on serve. Would you call it at this point?
No. You know how much I hate predictions, and you know how consistently wrong I am, so I'm going to refrain.
Okay, well that's why I gave you the option. Don't
Normally you don't give me the option.
Well, I'm feeling in a kind mood today.
How about you? What would your prediction be? How do you see the rest of the set going?
This is difficult because Hewitt and Reed had got a nice bit of momentum going, and yet you still felt like the other guys weren't going to go away. So it's tough to say. I mean, Hewitt and Reed are number 1 and 2 in the world for a reason. So if they can get back to that aggression and that consistency from the forecourt, should be able to get the breakthrough. Now this will test them mentally, and this is a test that they'll be grateful of ahead of such a big event as the US Open. Let's see what their ability to reset is like after a tough service game where they were so close to closing this one out. McCarroll here to test that.
15 love.
Well, they tried something a bit different. Hewitt took the return really early and moved in. But Cross quick up to that drop shot.
Out. 30 love.
They can't afford to let this go too quickly. I love consolidation.
5 games on. That's it.
And we saw Hewitt and Reed start off that game with such good intentions, moving in, but then when that didn't work out for them, when the first point doesn't go your way, is that something that can really get in your head for the rest of the game?
Yeah, it's easy to let your head drop a little bit. I think obviously they wanted to get through that game a lot after having had chances at 5-3, and it can be a little bit frustrated, but these guys aren't looking too frustrated. There's still a few smiles out there. They'll want to get back on it here though and try and get a quick hold.
And that placement's really good, right down low, making life difficult for McCarroll.
Brilliant forehand from McCarroll. Again, using that width so well. Something he's done a lot throughout this first set, especially on that forehand side. I think it's interesting having a view of this kind of type of the court where you can only see one pair, the dynamic between the two of them, see the movement and the interchanging between the two.
Little throw back of the head from McCarroll there. He sensed an opportunity. He's not missed too many forehands.
I think he was trying to replicate the forehand he hit a couple of points ago. Just fractionally missed it wide. Oh no, he had it on his racket. They played such a good point, constructed it nicely and got exactly the shot they wanted. I think Alfie just overcooked it a little bit, did exactly the right thing, just didn't give himself big enough margins.
That's a huge point right now. Reed under some pressure as he serves. And he can't respond this time around. Just a few too many misses for Hewitt and Reed. We've seen some quality tennis from both sides of the net. A smug smile from Mark McCarroll at the two of them. He's enjoying this one. Milking it to the last.
I think they might have thought they had this first set in the bag when they had those set points, but in tennis, momentum can change so easily. And all of a sudden, Cross and McCarroll are serving for this first set, and 10 minutes ago you didn't think that was going to be the case.
Well, the consistency hasn't dropped much. There was a little bit of a lull when Hewitt and Reed started mounting the comeback, but they've just got straight back to business here. And McCarroll has some experience with both Hewitt and Reed out on the circuit. He was a member of GB Men's World Team Cup squads alongside them in 2015, which was the first ever year that the GB Men won the title. So he knows the games well, he knows them well as players, as people, and he's clearly enjoying holding the scoreboard advantage over them at the moment. Don't think he'll be too willing to let them into this game.
I'm sure he'll like having the bragging rights if they somehow manage to get through this match.
It's the important thing, right?
Absolutely.
Well, it's Rob Cross to serve, and the LTA wheelchair performance head coach has not been giving much out here today. So consistent. And I think Hewitt and Reed are feeling that and just feeling the need to try and end things a little bit more quickly, and in their exuberance and their eagerness to do that, just not always finding the court.
No, a few errors have just snuck into their game a little bit, which they weren't doing, to get it back to 5-3 to them, but that's more like it.
Was that miscommunication on the part of McCarroll and Cross, or just a great backhand from Reed?
I think a little bit of both. I think Mark thought maybe Rob was going to get it and vice versa, but it was great placement.
That's part of the thing in doubles, right? Shot up the middle of the court in singles, probably not your best option unless you really want to take those angles away. But if you do it in doubles, there's always that possibility of the other two players not quite sure who's covering it, and those fractions of a second can cost you.
The amount of times I've played doubles with someone, and especially someone who I don't know very well, could be the first time I played with them, and the amount of times the balls have gone down the middle of the court, and whether we've both not even gone for it or both have gone for it and missed the ball, you know, it's a thing. And that's why it's been so important, I think, the good communication between Gordon and Alfie. Every single ball, someone is saying you or me, so there's that clear clarification about who's going to get it, so it takes away that misunderstanding. And you know, the most frustrating thing is if it's a big point and neither of you go for the ball, it's just something that's easily rectified.
Oh, great patience from Hewitt and Reed.
6 games all first set.
McCarroll really injected some pace into a forehand partway through that one, and Reed content just to use the pace, redirect it. Did you see this tiebreak coming?
Nothing surprises me with this set anymore. I think there have been quite a few ups and downs, so can't say I'm overly surprised, but not too sure who's going to come out on top here.
Here we go.
Not sure that was going in. I think Mark's frustrated with himself that he tried to go for it. I think Alfie gave it a little bit too much and was a bit generous hitting it.
Had a good laugh at him. It's a comeback for the 6-5 changeover when Mark was giving him a smug little smile. Take that, hey? Well, in tie breaks, first to 7 points, not much room to play with. Crucial that Hewitt and Reed keep the error count low, but also for them to get the quick start here is really good for the mentality. There it is. I think Cross and McCarroll know here that if they can just keep them rallying, the error is going to come. Hewitt head down for a few moments after that forehand miss, but has to get straight back to it. There is no space in a tiebreak for a drop in concentration, for a lull in quality. Well, after the 2-love lead, it's been a few points that Hewitt and Reed would rather forget.
Interesting shot selection there from McCarroll. I'm not sure the forehand slice looked like he was trying to go for a kind of drop shot or shorter shot there. I think maybe he could have driven that. But this tiebreak is going the way of how this first set has been going. One's going out into a bit of a lead and then the other guys come back. It's been nip and tuck.
Yeah, and
Still
ultimately too close to call.
Yeah, still don't know which way this one's going to go. Zone commentary there. Gave that forehand a little bit too much, like you said. Giving the break back to Hewitt and Reed. Can they consolidate it now?
don't want to see Gordon Reed in the forecourt so early on. He's been great up there so far today. And it might be just what they need to give themselves a little bit of a safety net in this tiebreak. Things have been swinging back and forth. Oh dear.
5-4.
You can see him progressively trying to go for more and more every smash. Try to hit the winner there and just clear the top of the tape.
I don't think he'd be laughing if he did that at the US Open, but that's the whole point of this match, to get them prepared and get those shanks out of their system ahead of New York. Oh dear.
6-4. Hewitt Reed.
It was a problem for McCarroll right at the beginning of the set, and then it went to bed for a bit, and now it's arisen at the worst time. Back end of the tiebreak, giving 2 set point opportunities to Hewitt and Reed. Oh.
6-5. Hewitt.
Perfect move. Got exactly what they wanted. And then he just took a massive swing at that volley when he really didn't need to. Just needed to knock it off into the tram lines.
And he's done a few of them. I wonder how long it is before it gets in his head and keeps him back from the forecourt, stops him making that move in.
I hope it doesn't, because it was exactly the right move. Like you said before, this is exactly the time to get out all those errors.
Oh.
6-0.
Well, as you said, this tiebreak follows the theme of the set as a whole. Mark McCarroll having the time of his life. I think it'd have taken the early deficit for them if he'd have known that they'd come back to 6-all, just to rub it in their faces.
I think he would.
Oh dear.
Carroll cross.
Well, we were forecast to hit 21 degrees here at NTC today, but I think if these guys keep this tiebreak going too much longer, we might catch some rain. It's heading in a more chilly and grey skies direction anyway, and a little bit of a change of weather in this match for Hewitt and Reed, who did have the advantage at 6-4, but 3 points lost in a row now. Rob Cross serving for it.
Oh! Wow.
Are you kidding?
Cutting it fine, aren't they?
Well, that looked certain to be going out, and then right at the last second, it catches the corner. The topspin pulling it down. That's wild even for this set.
Out. 8-7. Carol cross. One out.
Once again, the magnificent touch of Gordon Reed saves the day. He doesn't seem to care what the scoreboard is when he produces that kind of quality, immune to the pressure.
And the marathon tiebreak continues.
Both teams want to win it and no teams want to win it. It's a real tug of war out here. Few too many loose forehands from Hewitt. And to another change of ends we go. What are we calling? 23, 21? 49, 47?
I might need another coffee if it keeps going at this rate.
Yeah, you can order dinner. Here we go. Another chance to finish off.
Do we think they will this time?
I'm going to presume that's a rhetorical question that I don't have to answer.
I mean, feel free to.
No.
No to the question, or no, they won't finish it off?
Oh dear. I'm going to call it after this point. Yes, they will finish it off, and there's the reaction from Alfie Hewitt. They took their time, and it certainly didn't look like a done deal for the majority of the set, but it's all about winning the big points, and Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewitt just managed to get across the line there. A reminder that they were 3-1 down at the beginning, so good mentality from them to regroup, and then to recover from failing to serve it out as well when they had the advantage. Well, what happens from here then? They really had to dig to the bottom to actually get through that one. So do they carry the momentum now? Do they go on a run of games, or is it going to stay this tough?
I think they'll be hoping they go on a run of games now. I think it's always tricky when you've had such an intense first set to keep that momentum going and just to keep that concentration as well. I think it's going to be crucial to whoever wins this second set, the first couple of games. You want to try and build a little bit of momentum.
Well, they'll be discussing it, this changeover. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to catch up on. These two have had a really successful partnership over the years. 7 doubles titles at Grand Slams as a team. Reed himself has won a total of 11 Grand Slam doubles titles. As a duo, they first played together in March 2012. They've now won 20 international titles in total and currently unbeaten this year in 4 tournaments this season, 3 in Australia and also the World Wheelchair Tennis Tournament in Rotterdam in February. Then obviously coronavirus halted proceedings, so back on court together for the first time in a while, and probably just appreciating the length of that set to shake the rust out of the system and to get back on into the usual rhythm of play.
I think they just wanted to spend more time on the match court.
It's all part of the strategy for sure.
Absolutely. Get as much time as they can.
Well, I think they might have had all the preparation that they need in that extremely lengthy first set that actually lasted the duration of most of the matches we've seen over the last couple of days, if not longer. So we're going to halt this one there with the win for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed, who almost didn't get it. They were set points down in that set, but really showed some good resilience to hang on and see themselves across the line. They've got the bragging rights, they've got the set win in their pocket, and I think they look pretty ready for the US Open next week.
I think they'll be pretty happy with the amount of time they got to spend on the court. I think it probably lasted about an hour and a half. So I think they got they got enough time. They hit enough balls, so I think they're ready. You know, there was a lot of long rallies as well, so I think they'll feel good about themselves after that performance.
Yeah, they're the world number 1 and 2 for a reason. They've got a lot of experience behind them, and I'm sure that it would take a confident person to bet against them going into the US Open as they look for their 4th straight title at the event. That would be some achievement. So we leave this one there. There will be one final match of the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Series, and that'll be a women's doubles match. It'll feature Lucy Shuker and Jordan Wiley up against Louise Hunt and Mark McCarroll. And we'll leave you in the capable hands of Bob and Cornelia for that final match of the day.
Bro, scemi. Ma che dobbiamo fare? Portare altre? Ah, io pensavo che dovevamo fare solo uno.
Well, as they say, welcome to the British summer. You may have noticed a change in location from when we were last with you. Yeah, it started to rain in Roehampton, so we have moved the whole shebang indoors from Court 3 outdoors. We are now in the indoor part of the LTA headquarters here in Roehampton. So the last match of the two-day series, the wheelchair tennis series, will be held on the hard courts indoors, and you may recognize, because you've just seen him in the previous match, the bald-headed Mark McCarroll closest to us. He'll be partnered by Louise Hunt. Far end from where we are, Lucy Shuker and Jordan Wiley will play the mixed doubles, slightly different version of the mixed doubles, 2 women on one side and a man on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Mark was perhaps not that keen to don a wig and a skirt, so he's just here in his capacity as Mark. But nevertheless, it should be a good match. All 4 players on court are very experienced wheelchair tennis players. Mark himself had a fantastic professional career and is now coaching, among other things. So it should be another good learning curve to observe strategy, ways and means to use the court to its full extent, and the partnerships between the doubles pairings.
By the way, I should reintroduce myself. I'm Bob Ballard, and alongside me is Cornelia Oosthuizen, who is top 50 inside the top, 43 at the moment?
High 40s, I think, last time I looked, but
okay.
I'll take 43 for now.
Thereabouts, anyways, but a top 50 player for certain in women's wheelchair tennis at the moment, and obviously looking up. And somebody who's only been playing, as we mentioned in commentary yesterday, the sport for 4 years.
Picked it up in the run-up to the Invictus Games in 2017,
so less
properly.
Than 4 years, yeah.
No, it's been a great opportunity, and again, watching matches like that is a fantastic way to watch and learn, because you'll hopefully see the caliber of all 4 players in terms of how they play this match and go about their business. So excited to see how this pans out.
By the way, I've been called the brutal commentator by Lucy Shuker today, who obviously didn't feel I gave her enough credit in the game I commentated on. So I had to watch my P's and Q's, Lucy, because I know the Shuker clan are watching in to make watching my P's and Q's on this one. But anyway, as I say, she'll be partnered by Jordan Wiley, and of course they are a well-known doubles combination.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing some preparation in the postponed, but nevertheless run up to hopefully Tokyo 2021 for the Paralympics. So a great opportunity for them as well to continue to gel as a team and learn to sort of work together.
Now next week it'll be that well-tried and well-tested pairing of Jordan Wiley and Yui Kamiji of Japan, looking to get that US title once again. And Shuker will have a Japanese partner as well. She'll be up with Momoko Otani. So we'll see them at the US Open next week. Mark McCarroll, as we mentioned, is a player of great renown, these days involved in the coaching side. Did look after our top quad player for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
After Andy's been training very hard. We did hear him on commentary a little bit early on. He's been in the outside courts as well today. So Andy Lapthorne going to the quads event at the US Open next week. We haven't seen him on court last couple of days, but I can tell you he looks in very good form. Looks like he's hitting the ball very well.
No, he's been training. He's been training here for the last couple of weeks consistently. So hopefully in a good place to successfully defend his title.
Now, what should be interesting about this matchup is the rivalry between 2 people who will be getting married in 2021. Was due to be this year. So Mr. McCarroll this side and Jordan Wiley, his fiancée, on opposite teams, on opposite sides of the net. And that should make this a little bit more competitive than just a knockabout.
I suspect there'll be a distinct, yes, rivalry between future spouses in the best way of the word.
Mark, a former semi-professional football player, was in the 2012 Paralympics for Great Britain. Former World Team Cup medalist and former men's singles player for Britain. In fact, I think his main claim to fame in terms of British tennis, will be beating Gordon Reid.
That's not too shabby a claim at the best of times. Now, I've had the privilege of being coached by Mark a little bit as well in 2019, and he's very knowledgeable about the game, especially from a wheelchair perspective. And the value that he brings to court in terms of how he instructs and coaches is he touches on a lot of subtle nuances as a full-time wheelchair user that if you're not necessarily
Beautiful hands, beautifully adept around the net. Jordan Wiley.
That was Lucy actually
Lucy,
doing
sorry, Lucy, that's
classic,
right, yes, it was, yeah.
classic Lucy. Point that, well executed.
Well, both footballers are not quite framed up yet. Lucy on the left-hand side. In the blue.
Yeah, fantastic rally. Just really making the most of moving around, moving each other around, swapping between sort of cross-court to one player and then getting the other two players involved.
Early break then for Shuker and Wiley. Lucy well ranked number 6 in doubles, and Wiley ranked number 3. Shuker, a 2-time mixed doubles champion at the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships in Nottingham, partnering Frenchman Stefan Uday. Cal and Wiley winning back-to-back mixed doubles titles at the British Open in 2013 when they were together, and 2014. Fault for Lucy Shuker on serve.
Oh,
great work again.
Beautiful.
As we saw in the opening game, it's her favourite shot. Drop shot is her favourite shot, and played to great effect.
Oh yes, Lucy is very adept at making the most of the feel on court as well. So one thing to touch upon in terms of partially why Lucy is so very good at drop shots and sort of using the angles of the court, partially relates to the impairment that she has in her sort of torso area, the core. So she does need to compensate to a degree for what she can't achieve physically compared to, say, a player like Jordan who's got full use of her core. And she does that very, very well with being, she's a very crafty player on court. So we'll see a fair few bits of variation in how she approaches, how she's hitting the ball.
Oh, who's going to go for that? Nicely done. Some big hits in the back of the court.
Yeah.
Rounded off by Louise.
Yeah, good pace, and actually kept well away from Lucy, who was hovering around the net, looking to sort of looking to pinch the ball away there. Yeah, good change of pace from Mark there.
Yeah, too good. 2 break points, and first of them has been secured. So an immediate break back for the combination of Louise Hunt and Mark McCarroll.
Yeah, we saw quite a few slice backhands there from all the players. Mark then towards the end there fed a nice slice to Lucy, and then followed it up with a fairly brutal shot in terms of pace afterwards, and just caught her out with that change of pace, and finding ourselves at 1 game apiece. So we'll see, similar to a degree to able-bodied tennis, that the guys and girls will come into net from time to time, especially Lucy. It does happen, not as often as it does in able-bodied tennis, but there's certainly opportunities to be had at net. You set up the point or the serve well enough, which all 4 players on court are certainly able to do.
Lucy is covering some ground, not trying to make up for what I might or might not have said yesterday, but she is covering an awful lot of ground in this match.
And they're moving well. Yeah, lovely angle there, lovely speed.
That's that forehand cross court. Working very effectively. Louise Hunt's not able to get anywhere near it.
For viewers not that familiar with wheelchair tennis, it'd be you may have noticed the backhand, unless it's a slice backhand, is hit a bit differently in the chair. It's called a reverse backhand, and essentially what it is you hold the racket the same as you do on your forehand side, and then bring the elbow up and get through the shot almost like the wrong way round, almost like a wrong way round forehand. The reasoning behind that is it gives you more time. Yeah.
Oh, right down the middle.
Into the middle, into space. Always a great tactic in doubles. But yeah, the same grip of the forehand that's used for the reverse backhand is essentially to give you a bit more time not to have to faff around with changing your grip, especially in rallies that are fast moving, because you obviously also need to push the wheel with the racket hand. So it's small little things like that that help to just render you a more efficient player on court when you're dealing with the wheelchair and the racket.
That will do it for Hunter McCarroll as far as that game is concerned, and they go into a 2-1 lead. Just in case you joined us recently, you're probably wondering, what's going on? Last time I turned on, you're outside. Well, yeah, it is raining here in Roehampton, the LTA headquarters, so we have moved things indoors. So we only have one camera, and also you will probably notice we'll hear quite a few noises off. It seems to be quite a noisy camera taking still pictures in there. Add to which you'll hear the lift.
Indeed.
Woman in the lift telling you that you're going to floor 1. So,
well, if the players can deal with it, then
yes.
Hopefully we as viewers can focus on the tennis as well.
yeah. I say all this court time is very important. We've got 2 of our players who are going to the US Open next week, 5 in total from the British contingent. We've seen 4 of them on court, and we mentioned Andy's going as well in the quad, so there will be a team of 5 from Great Britain going to the US Open next week. They go at the weekend. Draw, I think, is made on Tuesday.
I believe so, yeah.
For the doubles and singles. The 2 ladies in your picture will have Japanese partners for next week. And Kamiji and Wiley, a very, very good combination, the best combination at the moment.
They have had a lot of success playing together across the array of tournaments, the big tournaments especially. So yeah, a very accomplished pair, and definitely one you'd prefer not to have at the other end of the court as an opponent.
Well, it's Mr. and Mrs. at the moment, with Jordan serving to Mark.
So the conditions as well indoors compared to outdoors will be a bit faster, a bit more clinical. Obviously there's not weather variables playing into sort of how you're hitting the ball, breezes when you sort of pop up the ball toss and stuff like that. And the courts play a bit faster as well indoors.
Is the court surface the same?
It's roughly the same, yeah. I mean, it's a lovely surface under the chairs, both indoors and out here at the LTA. They've all been recently resurfaced, so they're certainly of a world-class standard, which makes a big difference.
I was just thinking at that point, Lucy's desperate to come into the net, and she could tell she's itching to get there.
Absolutely.
First opportunity she gets, she gives a virtually unplayable ball to Mark McCarroll.
Yeah, no, she's certainly capable of playing both from the front of the court and the back of the court. Although, like you said, she's a big fan of coming to net and poaching balls.
Oh, that's good. Oh, she got it back, though.
Great get.
Oh, what a shame. That rally needed a winner.
It did, and after all that hard work, hustling well to get that shot in the very corner there, sending back a really good shot as well Louise's way, and then unfortunately that error in the net.
40-30 to Shuker and Wiley.
Nice change of pace there from Mark. I suppose, for want of a better expression, a bit of lose his own medicine. Nice little drop shot there on the return. Although she hustled very well to make that shot. Played it back to Louise with intent, and unforced error coming off Louise's racket in that instance, and we're at 2 apiece.
And of course, Mark had his serve broken in the opening service game, so we don't want that to happen again.
He will definitely not want that to happen again.
Ooh, double fault as well.
Very close. Yeah, again, probably the relative amount of unforced errors we're seeing from all 4 really in a from time to time is probably just again the fact that it's been a while since they've had match play. Just takes a while to sort of get back into that groove.
Mark McCarroll half an hour, but
yeah, that's a great return from Lucy.
he did say he wouldn't like to see his serve broken twice. Under pressure.
A little bit.
Annoyed Jordan. The point was on her racket.
Yeah, it was a good idea, just not able to execute it on that occasion. And Mark's off the hook temporarily, serving at 30 all.
Oh, that came back with quite some force.
Second one in a row, Lucy's. She's had she's strung together a good few returns there off the serve. Good pace, good placement. Just a bit long there. Both teams pushing each other as far back as they can.
Break point. Second serve to look at. Although future Mrs. McCarroll. Oh, that's another double, isn't it?
I think it was,
Yeah.
yeah. Mark would not be happy with that.
Yeah, it's 2 breaks to serve against the only man on the court. So he's quite enjoying it. They can have a little chat.
So one thing again that perhaps viewers not familiar with wheelchair tennis might notice is if you look at the the different heights of the backrests of the tennis wheelchairs of the players. You'll see Jordan is the only one really with a very low setup. That's predominantly because she's got full use of her core, whereas Mark, Lucy and Louise have got varying degrees of impairment around the sort of the thoracic area as well. And it just provides them obviously with a bit more support to have the higher back.
Yeah, in case you're wondering, Lucy injured in a motorcycle accident shortly after her 21st birthday. She then met Britain's former Paralympic champion Peter Norfolk, my commentary partner in Rio, while in rehab at Salisbury Spinal Unit. And it was Peter who introduced her to wheelchair tennis, loaned her a tennis chair, played her first national championships in 2002. Never looked back.
The rest is quite simply history, yeah, still going strong. She's worked hard over the lockdown period as well on her physical abilities, optimizing every inch of her ability, which is very commendable. You'll see as well when you look at the way Lucy serves, she pushes the chair forward a little bit to get a bit of momentum, to generate sort of that momentum forward, as she's not necessarily able to generate that exclusively from using her core. A good point. Again, that the relative pressure of seeing Lucy at net perhaps influenced Louise there a bit to fluff up that backhand down the line. The other point to mention as well is it's the beauty of the sport that you can actually have people with quite differing levels of impairment and still play together. And we also saw in the previous match, Rob, one of our able-bodied coaches, partaking. It's the sport is very versatile and can be very inclusive indeed.
Ooh, yes, she hit that with a lot of gusto, so much so it's nearly landed in the outside court, but a long way.
Just flew a bit long for her liking on that
bit,
one.
yes.
Yeah,
Much better.
really sort of knifing through that backhand slice, keeping it low, and a bit of pop behind that as well, which just made it too much of an ask for Louise rather in that instance to get it back.
So Lucy's really enjoying her afternoon here. She comes. That's too good.
That is vintage Shuker. Very well executed.
It's good because I watched quite a bit of women's doubles at the last Paralympics, and it was very much baseline driven. People staying on the baseline, rarely coming into court, so everything was kind of to wait until the breakdown of the baseline game, you know.
Yeah, it is a tendency on the women's wheelchair tour more often than not, but it is refreshing to see that obviously you can be just as effective from time to time, and when the time is right and the opportunity is there to get to the net and poach. you set it up well, there's no reason why you can't follow that in and make the most of the opportunity at net.
4-2, Shuker and Wiley lead.
Found the corner on that. Oh, no.
No, it's
just missed the corner
long.
on that. I retract
Only
my
just.
statement. Yes, not by much.
Difficult from our angle to tell that, but it did look like it was going to drop in.
Yeah.
But just slightly overstretched. Very rare. She hasn't made too many errors around the net today. That's one. It's close. So we only have one official. That's the umpire.
Not in the right position, unfortunately, but too straight on to get that slice backhand down the line. You'll notice as well the communication between the players, as inevitably is the case in doubles, is really important, especially with the movement and the overlap of the chairs.
As you can see, we've got an extra camera. I think we can get 2 extra cameras on the court. So close-ups there of Mark and Louise. So that's one back for Hunter McCarroll. Get it back to 4-3. Talking about different disabilities, and obviously we've talked about Lexi quite a bit on the first 2 days. Can you give people a steer on the difference between the open category and quads? Because we talked about Andy going over for the quads. Yeah. How does that differ?
Well, in a nutshell, the open division tends to have players who's got full functionality of the upper part of the body, with some impairment in the lower half of the body. So be it an amputee, or perhaps quite a few players on court today here have got spinal cord injuries that render their ability, obviously, to use their legs impossible. You also have full use of your hand, essentially. There's no impairment, perhaps, to your ability to control the chair and the racket. For the quads, it's a slightly broader classification in that quads tend to have both an upper and a lower body impairment, and they also tend to have difficulty with controlling the chair, sort of limited or impaired hand strength or ability. So you would often see a quad player quite literally taping the racket to their hands because they need that extra support to get through the shot and sort of get going. But it's phenomenal what players achieve across a range of disabilities. It's really a broad church when it comes to wheelchair tennis and the specific individual players and sort of the range of physical impairments they might suffer from. Not that it holds any of them back. No. In any way, shape, or
reverse.
form.
And this end, obviously, we have Louise Hunt, who was born with spina bifida. Started playing wheelchair tennis amongst a variety of sports at the age of 5. She could have chosen a whole selection to go for, but found her vocation. in wheelchair tennis.
Yep, Paralympian as well. So certainly knows her way around a tennis court.
They will be happy to know it's absolutely hosing it down outside. So this could not have taken place on the court. It was, I thought about maybe trying to make it happen, but it's absolutely chucking it down outside.
Yeah, no, that would not have been playable even in a tennis wheelchair. Oh, well played.
Well, he said go, go. Is she all right? Because I think she caught the racket on the court there. Might have
Just
jammed
have
her
a look.
hand a bit.
Yeah, let's just see if she... I'm not sure, but yeah, she looks like perhaps something happened there that hurt in the moment. Let's hope it's nothing serious. But yeah, very crafty passage of play from Lucy Shuker.
Come on, Mark. 2 breaks the serve on your serve. Can't make it 3 in a row.
No pressure.
No. So your job will be taken away from you if you lose 3 in a row, but apart from that, don't worry. Cut it back. I thought she was out of the picture there for a moment, but she was, literally.
Oh. Unlucky. That was a great point. It actually, between Mark and Louise, it did demonstrate the importance of communication. Mark was in a better position to hit that shot initially back. They then switched sides. Louise did well to get that deep, wide shot back, but unlucky there from Louise.
Now real pressure on the McCarroll serve. And 3 set points.
Take that one.
Are you being served? There's 2 gone.
Yeah, perhaps just a little lack of pace behind that backhand return, which perhaps is why it popped into the net.
Just about guided that into the court. I thought he was going to slightly overhit that, but managed to just rein it back in for a winner.
Yep, regained the control there. Half volley is not an easy shot, but certainly effective if you can execute it.
So from love 40 to deuce. Well, the advantage point. Well, saved your bacon there, Mr. McCarroll. And your future wife will not be giving you too much jip because you did secure that serve and remain in the first set at 5-4. All right, let's do the big sell, because I don't think we need to, really, but there'll be lots of people looking in, there have been over the last couple of days, thinking, all right, what's the big attraction of wheelchair tennis? Is it expensive? What do I have to do? How long does it take for me to get proficient? How long does it take you?
Gosh, well, I'm still working on it, to be brutally honest with you, Bob. I think it's a variety of factors. The most important thing is access to a tennis chair. You don't necessarily have to own one. Depending on where you are based in the country, there might be access for you to borrow a chair from your local tennis club. Or perhaps, I know, for example, organisations like Help for Heroes have got some chairs that they sometimes can lend out to prospective players. And a tennis racket, really, and then a club, really, with just a court that is conducive to using a wheelchair on, which, actually, if the court's in relative condition, you can hop on it in a wheelchair. And then just the will to give it a shot and stay with it. I'd certainly recommend getting a bit of coaching specific to wheelchair tennis, if that's possible. That's not to say the coach necessarily has to be a wheelchair tennis player, him or herself. That is the ideal, but actually there's a number of able-bodied coaches who also teach and coach wheelchair tennis players. And it's probably best to get in touch with the LTA in the first instance, because they'll have oversight of the country and the setup across the different counties as to where you can get involved with the sport. And absolutely do it. Go for it. It's great fun. You'll also find in coaching sessions there, or even online for that matter, there'll be several movement drills that you can practice in your own time or, on court, which will help you to become more proficient in moving the chair around the court, which obviously is key.
Good lob.
Yeah.
I'm going to get that back.
That was lovely. Well played. But yes, in terms of initial port of call, the Lawn Tennis Association is probably the best place to start, because they have an oversight of what's going on nationally within the context of wheelchair tennis, and can certainly help you to get involved in the sport at any level and at any age, for that matter.
Well, a bit of a comeback here from the pair on the far end. Hunter McCarroll back to 4-5, and they're 30 on the Shuker serve.
Yeah, Lucy is under a bit of pressure now with that love 30 scoreline. The depth there and the shape of the ball just rendered it too tight at the back of the court there for Lucy to be able to do much with that. And Louise and Mark find themselves in a handy position here to get back to 5 games all.
Yeah, good fight back, because they were, remember, 40 down, weren't they, in the previous games? Going long.
Yep, there we are. It shows as well in tennis just how quickly the momentum can shift. We've had a few games there where Lucy was on fire with her returns, making some really good returns in succession. A few rallies further down the line, perhaps the rhythm a little bit disrupted, and a couple of unforced errors here or there, and we're back at 5 all.
Yeah, very competitive. If you thought it was going to be a bit of a knockabout, well, it's not that. For our international competitors who really want to, well, they want to lose, really, is what it comes down to. They don't want to lose.
Not at all.
Doesn't matter what kind of competition it is.
Absolutely.
Well, she's had a lot of tennis the last couple of days. She's getting a little bit fatigued now, Jordan.
Perhaps. Yeah, again, that one just sailing long.
At Jordan's biog, favourite surface acrylic.
Okay.
Really? I didn't think it was such a cool surface as that.
It's probably akin-ish to what they're playing on at the minute, although in my books it still qualifies as a proper hard court, but perhaps from a technical perspective I'm not best placed to comment.
No, I've come across cement, come across concrete, come across different versions of hardcore. Grass, clay, but acrylic, I've got to say it's a new one on me.
Yeah, don't sort of see that all that often, to be honest.
Oh, good lob. Oh, he got it back. Just too long from Louise Hunt. And trouble again on the serve at the far end. 2 break points against them. Chance for 6-5. And that will do it as far as that game's concerned. The break has been made. They've got their noses in front yet again. And 6-5 it is as we approach the conclusion of set number 1.
Yeah, that was a good recovery after that previous game from Lucy and Jordan. Putting the pressure straight back onto Mark and Louise towards the back end of this set. And be interesting to see if they take a more aggressive stance on this next service game.
Talking about surfaces we were, Louise Hunt's favourite surface is clay, which I find quite strange because we were talking about the traction and the manoeuvrability and just how hard it is to negotiate surfaces like grass and clay, and that seems to be her favourite.
Well, she obviously likes a good session of hard work on court, so no, I think it differs obviously from player to player, and perhaps also, you know, related to the style of game that you play. Someone like Louise might get a bit more traction on a clay court in the way that she plays a game compared to, say, on a hard court. Obviously, it plays a bit slower, so you have a little bit more time, perhaps, to get to the ball compared to hard courts or certain grass. Slight communication breakdown there between Louise and Mark, and yeah, just called a bit late, and Mark unfortunately couldn't make it to that ball on time, but it happens.
3 points away from taking the first set. No, 2 points away from taking the first set. ace for Jordan. It's just over with quickly, it seems. And there's a double.
Yeah, she said she was struggling a bit with her serve yesterday in terms of just finding it, which is understandable after a long period away from the game. Though she has been serving pretty well in this matchup up to now.
Just couldn't quite get there in time. Well, there was a stop messing behind. And I think Louise ran out of space.
Literally. Mark will be disappointed with that return.
Especially as it brings up set point for Shuker and Wiley.
Yeah, that was well placed by Geordie.
Too good.
Louise did have to cover the centre of the court and/or the side of the court, and Geordie just judged that right, and that's the first set in the bag.
Nicely accomplished. 7-5, first set for a well-established GB pairing of Wiley and Shuker. They had to kind of do it the hard way in the end because they got the breaks, looked to be pretty much cruising to the first set, then got pegged back for a while.
Tennis players have a habit of doing that from time to time. But they recovered well towards the back end of the set, making sure they put enough pressure on Mark and Louise, and even though it's close, they've got the set in the bag.
What about the dynamic when you're playing mixed doubles? Because you've obviously got a stronger competitor with you, physically stronger than you are on there. How do you compensate for that? Does the man have to come down to meet the women's need, or the other way around?
Well, actually, on the tour proper, we don't actually play mixed doubles, so it's more for exhibition events. I haven't played much mixed doubles in my wheelchair tennis career, but on average, you tend to focus. You would have seen at the beginning of the match as well. Most of the rallies was conducted between Louise and Lucy. Because often a good tactic in wheelchair tennis doubles is to focus or pounce, or rather pressure the relative weaker opponent of the two that you're facing, depending on your style of play and theirs. And so certainly Mark would be someone that this pairing would want to steer clear of if they had the choice between playing to Louise or playing to Mark.
Apart from when he's serving, of course.
And then equally on average, because of various factors and Geordie's speed around the court, people will tend to play to Lucy a bit more than necessarily to Geordie.
Mark to eradicate these doubles.
Yeah, they've proven to be costly. He'll be keen to bring that first serve percentage up.
It's the case surely for the, obviously in this example, dealing with the extra pace.
Oh yeah, absolutely, which is always great. It's a similar principle to when you're playing up, in terms of when you're practicing or playing against a player that's better than you. It's always great experience to deal with what's thrown at you, be it a faster pace, a harder ball, a kick serve. Unlucky Louise on that one.
He gave that everything he could muster, but still couldn't quite get over the top of the tape, and that serve is under pressure again.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to get underneath the ball and work your way up and through it, although that did come at a relative pace, and he was just not able to get enough work on the ball to get it over the net. Yeah, that return from Lucy there was as deep as it can be.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, which even though Louise dealt with it very well, it did manage to get the momentum at that point swinging a bit more in Lucy and Jordan's favour.
Point for the opening game of the second set. On the second serve as well. Oh, and another double from Mark. Yeah, it's not quite working. The ball off the serving racket of Mark McCarroll today. And Shuker and Wiley edge into a 1-love lead in the second. Changing the style of tennis a bit. Good luck to Kyle Edmund, who's got Novak Djokovic today in the US Open.
Well, up for a challenge, I'm sure. And he has had some good results as well against Novak Djokovic. So we wish him all the best.
Doubles are catching.
Perhaps it's this end of the court.
It's quite scuffed up as well.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, that affects the serve, of course, but. Must have been right on the line. It was
Yeah.
looked like it was going to be
very
floating
deep.
long, didn't it? But
Yeah, very deep. Just managed to sneak in, and Louise pushed that return long, unfortunately. Probably hesitating a bit, thinking perhaps that it was long. Yep, so for the viewers, obviously if the opponent hits your chair directly, regardless of where you are on the court, before the ball bounces, it's the opponent's point.
Also, if the ball falls out of your spokes on your wheelchair.
Yeah, if think I think you get a warning if it happens the first time. Second time round, you lose a point. So you want to make sure you tuck those balls into the wheels nice and securely.
Some people have a little basket at the back or a bag at the back they put their balls
Yeah,
in.
I think Jordan's got a bag and.
Oh, nice point. Nicely finished off as well.
I think actually Louise's shot.
I thought it was long.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, great passage of play though from both pairs. Really using the court to its full extent, and just a bit unlucky there at the end for Louise to push that one long.
I actually thought the previous shot might have been long too, but
Finding the lines.
so they back up the break. 2 games to love. Looks like, oh, I thought Lucy was going for a toilet break there because she disappeared off our screen.
Probably
But
picking up a ball that's that rolled over to the other court.
obviously no boy girls or boy girls. So ball boys or boy girls, ball girls in attendance for this event. So the players are having to go and retrieve their own during the course of the match. And only, of course, one official involved. That's the umpire. So as far lines, if it's a 50-50 call, they'll err side of caution.
Yeah, that's a lovely return down the middle. Lucy's had a fair amount of success with those today, and in doubles again it's always a useful tactic to employ from time to time. Just long again. One thing to keep an eye out for as well in terms of the movement in the chairs on a doubles in a doubles match is that ideally you want to move sort of in sync with your partner, almost like a pair of window wipers moving together from left to right. There'll be some variations in that theme, but you essentially want to cover each other in that regard, and the best way to tend to do it is to almost sort of move in unison to a degree. Yeah, beautifully executed. well set up with that deep shot onto, forcing Louise to send back a somewhat weaker shot than she probably would have liked to.
So in the case of Shuker and Wiley, Lucy's deciding when she wants to, I'll dominate the net area and leave Jordan at the back, or?
More often than not, yeah. I mean, it depends on the setup. So Louise's response there, by virtue of being driven back deep, was that she made the shot back, but it would have landed quite shallow in the court, which created the opportunity for Lucy to move forward and poach that from the net, instead of waiting for it to bounce a bit further in the court. Just, yeah, cutting the point short in that manner.
So 3-love, first 3 games of the set going the way of Shuker and Wiley. Crossovers are interesting for me in doubles, because obviously you don't always stick to your side of the court. There are the positions sometimes you have to go out wide, you have to do crossovers.
Sure.
They can be fraught with danger, can't they?
If you are communicating, yes. There's been a couple of instances, I certainly know when I've been playing doubles, where perhaps I and or my partner haven't communicated that we're switching, and you leave a gaping hole open for the opponents to just pop a ball back in there. That's an easy point 1. But again, at this level, the players will be experienced enough to know that they need to communicate. You might overhear some of the communication as well. Often sort of a play going you, me, cross, switch. And it relies on sort of building a partnership where you sort of get a feel for how the other person likes to play, obviously how you like to play, and pulling that together as a team, not playing as 2 individuals per se on court, bringing your own individual style of play to the match, but working together as a team and looking to complement each other, which in many ways actually Jordan's and Lucy's style does, in my opinion.
Also amazed there aren't more collisions, so that you don't crash into each other more often.
It's a healthy incentive to keep that communication channel nice and loud.
Well, it's working pretty well for Shuker and Wiley right now. 7-5 first set, 3-love second, 2 breaks.
Perhaps just turned off that forehand a bit quicker than he should have, which meant he couldn't get through the shot enough to get it over the net.
Hard day for Mark, second match back-to-back.
Couple of unforced errors here from both sides. Can be a stage of the match where concentration slips a bit after the initial focus to get that first set in the bag one way or the other.
Well, a bit inventive, a bit creative, but ultimately not effective.
Nearly, but alas, not close enough. But actually, to your point, Bob, sort of threw in a bit of a switch there, perhaps especially for you. Almost as if they knew. You were just flagging that up. So you'll see as well with the sort of the movement, if one player is pushed out wide on court, the other player sort of almost follows their path in order to cover a bit more of the court, where inevitably a gap will be left open before they then recover back to sort of perhaps their more natural space where they should be on the court.
2 break points here for Peter McCarroll. Oh, what's that?
Not sure what happened there. Perhaps we didn't hear the call. It seems like a ball was out that I think we all thought may have been in. We may not have heard the call from the umpire.
Okay. Still break point. I think she
Ran
was
out of
thinking.
space.
Well, I think she was thinking all the time, I'm going to get a face plant into the netting here.
Yeah, no, that was a nice angle Mark created of that shot, with just enough pace to pressure Geordie enough between sort of perhaps, yeah, seeing the net out of the corner of her eye, the net on the side of the court, and trying to get to that ball.
So that's one of the two breaks back for Hunter McCarroll. Mark now back on serve at 3-1, or 1-3 in his case.
Yeah, I mean, that shot, among other reasons, was so effective because Louise was actually quite far back in the court. So even though she hustled well and got to the ball, she just didn't have enough time to control the shot and make it back.
Get that back in court. With that angle,
Yeah.
she can't get that one back.
Clever. Clever shot by Lucy to ensure that she absolutely cut off as many opportunities or a bit, yeah, as many of the options that were open to Louise to make that ball. Just cut that right off.
What she was intending on that one.
Oof.
Lovely.
Beautiful.
What
angle.
a wonderful pickup that was from Louise.
Yeah, really well executed, lovely angled shot. Saw that one coming.
Yeah, she'll have enjoyed that as well. No indication on her face, but that's just nicely put past her husband to be. I think Lucy actually enjoyed it more than she did. Break point again for a 3-game lead.
Yeah, again, another example of just playing, for argument's sake, or for want of a better expression, almost a bit of a nondescript shot down the middle, but very effective, because that initial hesitation between Mark and Louise as to the decision as to who would go for the ball just, yeah, created enough time for them to fluff it up, and very comfortable lead in the second set for the two ladies in our picture at the moment.
Well, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. You think they might be facing each other in the final of the women's doubles in about 10 days' time?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the other pairings are looking like. Inevitably, there'll be a Dutch pairing or two.
Yes, that's true.
But yeah, I mean, the Japanese
will be in there.
Yeah, but the Japanese are you know, well, as we all know, those of us who follow the sport, they're certainly highly proficient on a tennis court, Yui especially.
And the thing is, obviously it should have been this year, but they've got an even longer period now, another year, to get themselves the very best preparation they can be for the Tokyo Paralympics next year. So everybody's quite worried about the Japanese threat this year. Another 12 months under their belt, they'd be even stronger, possibly.
Potentially, yeah. I think it's like most situations, what you're able to make of sort of the hand of cards that you're dealt with. And, you know, for some people, the delay will no doubt help them a lot, and for others, it may have the opposite effect. But I suppose only time will tell.
So a lot of interest in their wheelchair tennis players in Japan, as we saw in Rio, actually, with the Japanese TV crews, who were virtually everywhere following their Japanese players.
Yes, no, my understanding is that it's, you know, it's not an understatement to flag up that people like Shingo and Yui, among others, are genuine superstars in Japan, which is great for the sport as well in terms of promoting the visibility and raising awareness of the sport. That is a lovely response by Jordan Wiley. Yeah, good serving there from Lucy as well. Really sort of almost at a bit of a, well, bit of extra spin, almost a bit of a kicky type serve, second serve there, which just threw Mark off his his rhythm, forced him to play that forehand quite high, and drew the error.
Couldn't keep it under control, just couldn't get the direction right on that. Just popped up off the racket to give Shuker and Wiley a 5-1 lead.
Yeah.
More game required.
Yeah, Louise might have just been a bit distracted there by Mark calling out his as she was about to go and make the volley, but still it was a high volley. It's not a given she would have necessarily made it. So yeah, pressure back on Mark and Louise.
Yeah, first point going the way of Shuker and Wiley as well. May not be long for the conclusion of this. So thank you to everybody who's been involved, and thank you to everybody who's watched over the past couple of days, and to our great team here. I think we saw a bit of everything in that rally, didn't we?
Yeah, that was
all the players playing their range of strokes there.
Lovely demonstration of what you can do on a tennis court with 4 wheelchairs and a few tennis rackets.
Won't be happy with that.
Nope, not a good time to make an error like that.
2 points away here, potentially from victory. Oh, can't get to that.
Beautiful.
Cannot get to that. Great shot down the line.
Yeah, had some side spin as well as it curved away from Geordie there after the bounce. Really, really good shot there from Louise after another good rally from all 4.
Double fault brings up match point for Shuker and Wiley. 7-5 first set. Oh, lovely. What a lovely way to finish it off. Very inventive shot. Got herself into a position that only she can of this quartet. And it is a 7-5, 6-1 victory for Lucy Shuker and Jordan Wiley. And very well achieved it was too. A bit tighter in the first, but
yeah, quite comfortable in that second set, partially due to the amount of unforced errors. But we've seen that throughout the last 2 days. In most matches, actually, a relative amount of unforced errors compared to how these guys and girls would normally be playing. An indication, perhaps, of the fact that it's been some time since they've been on court for proper match play. But nevertheless, a good quality first set, and certainly some flashes of brilliance in the second set there. And I'm sure Jordan and Lucy will be pleased.
Those two women in your picture will be featuring at the US Open next week, up against each other potentially in the draw for the women's doubles, both with Japanese opponents potentially, and also certainly Japanese teammates as far as the women's doubles is concerned next week. Jordan Wiley on the left-hand side, Lucy Shuker on the right-hand side. Job very well achieved. And Jordan going through the 2 days without defeat, in fact, without dropping a set.
It's always a good feeling.
Well, thanks to Abigail Johnson, to Anna Smith, and indeed to you, Cornelia, for adding some great words of wisdom the last couple of days. It's been a great pleasure to work with you.
Likewise, Bob. Appreciate your input, and yeah, just all good, all around good fun for the last couple of days.
Has been, and good practice for our US Open bound players. The final word will probably come from these two, with our woman on court side, Anne-Marie Batson, who hopefully has got a microphone. And I know she's there. Let's see what's happening. Yes, here she comes. So Anne-Marie Batson will talk to our winners in the final match.
Guys, Lucy and Jordan, congratulations on that win. That looked rather competitive out there.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a really good match. It's good to play some competitive matches over the last few days, and I think they've all been really good. Yeah, this was quite fun, so I enjoyed it.
Jordan, I'm going to come to you first. One thing we talked about yesterday was your serve. Are you feeling a bit better about it now, or is there still some homework for you to do?
Yeah, it was a bit better today, but I'm still not 100% happy with it. But I knew I had to up the game because I'm playing my other half, so I had to give him some good serves, otherwise he'd not be happy with it.
And Lucy, for you, you played this morning and this afternoon. Feeling good about your level now, or again, some homework for you?
Yeah, I mean, there's always homework. But yeah, I think the level today was good. The doubles was good. I think we moved incredibly well together. There weren't really any gaps, which was great. Yeah, I think our game styles actually worked well together today.
A couple of break points traded in the first set. What made the difference?
We won the point.
Yeah, pretty much.
I know that, but did you have to up your level? Did you have to change your strategy? What made the difference?
I think they played a solid game, and I think there were a few times where we just maybe made some unforced errors. I think we set the point up quite well most of the time, so I think there was more so an error from us that caused us to lose those points. But they did play well. It's not to say they didn't play well, for sure.
I know, we were like marvelling back in the room, by the way. We were like, this is getting really competitive. Next few days now, let's start with you, Jordan. What's the plan before you fly off to the US?
Yeah, so I'm back training tomorrow, and yeah, I need to pack. I'm packed. But then, yeah, I fly on Saturday morning, so just pretty much preparing for that.
Lucy, the same for you?
I fly Friday, but yeah, like finish packing, I think I've got a weight session planned tomorrow, which is great. Looking forward to that one. But yeah, look forward to travelling out and hope everyone stays safe travelling.
And finally, for both of you, well, two things finally. First thing to say, much props to Mark, playing back-to-back double matches this afternoon, which is fantastic. Hopefully you guys will be able to talk over dinner later. I'm sure it'll all be fine. But also, the US Open, as we just mentioned, is only a few days away. Feeling excited about this now, and this is now real that there's the next Grand Slam coming, Jordan?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's been a while since we've played a slam, so January was a long time away. So I'm really looking forward to just getting out there and just playing on the stage, even though it'll be different, but it's still a slam at the end of the day.
And for you, Lucy, as well, same thing?
Yeah, same thing. It's great to be at a Grand Slam. It's great to be back playing there. Competitive tennis, I think we've all missed it. So yeah, look forward to it. Hopefully it'll get shown on the TV for people to watch.
Absolutely. Best of luck out there, guys. Congratulations.
I'm out of there now. Yes, we'll get into the medical suite. Yeah, the medical one. Yeah.
I might not be trying to work from home tomorrow. Okay, fine. So I'm doing a double shift. Maybe I did 6 till 10 today.
Oh, brutal.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, fine. Well, Lee knows about it anyway. There's still 2 heat tents. Just two tents outside the lecture theatre. Yeah. I don't know if British Tour will have that group. Yeah, I'll always just be outside in the tents at the end of the day just with the heat on. But they'll be taken down and stuff on Friday. And
okay, so they're just not, just the message is just
don't touch them. They are out in board.